I mean, this early? Up freaking 5 minutes ago. Wow. It's going to go on that news. Nice, chicken bow wow. Nice. No?
Come on.
Goat month, let's go.
Joystick, let's go, button. Almost got that 2 year. Dang. Bull or bear day? It's already a bear day. However, futures, I mean, we recovered quite a bit. I will say that right now. Like, we're only down 1.8%. So we'll see. You know, I saw on Twitter, and I've been thinking this myself, but someone put it better than I did. I could have said, is Black Monday doesn't have when everybody's looking for it. You know what I mean? That shit just doesn't happen. So we could see the opposite today, the contrarian play. This thing just no chill. Oh gosh. Jeez, that shouldn't have dropped freaking 20 cents. We hit 480 this morning? Did we really? I haven't caught up on it. Jeez. Quite the recovery. We'll say we'll say that. Nick, that was your price target, right? 480? Or was it? It was 480, right? You add it. Man, nice. Nice. I'm that cock hair. It's holding on pretty good. Man, I missed a fun Friday, didn't I? Shit always happens when I gotta get off the computer. Always happens. This is how I think it's gonna go, Nick. I think obviously I think that the markets, they're watching it, right? I think if it gets really bad, I mean, I think they probably expected a drop. This quick, probably not. Maybe they did. I don't know. But if it gets really bad, whatever really bad it is in their eyes, I think they make a deal with one of the smaller countries that gives a little hope to the market that deals are possible. Like Vietnam, right? They've already said zero tariffs. Time for you to do the same thing, kind of thing. They come out, the White House comes out and says, Vietnam, you've dropped your tariffs to zero. We'll do the same. Good deal. Free trade. If they do that, that the markets will be like, hope. And then it'll probably be enough to float us. While the real battle begins, which is like the China, the Mexico, the countries that we do a lot of trade with. That's how I think it goes down. If I was in charge and if I took that stance, that's how I would do it. So obviously I'm right. They already did that. They didn't make a deal yet. Oh, with Argentina? What deal did we make with Argentina? Mimo, you sold everything on the weekly cross? I live by it, man. It makes it easy, right? It's just simple. Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, if he feels threatened, I think the market's getting away from. Certainly, they have some kind of internal target of where they think things would head. If it gets away from them, I think that's their shore up button. I listened to the Tucker Carlson and Scott Bassett interview, and it didn't sound like they were worried about the market at all. But it did sound like deals were to be made. Anytime any of those guys come on TV, we need to be paying attention to it right now. See if anything changes, see what the thought process is. BJTX, damn. You sold your 401k. Nice, dude. The price to rebuild 1 year? Well, no, this is all forward looking, right? I mean, yes, there's tariffs, but no one's lost their job yet. No one's feeling the pain yet. It's just the market, because the market's forward looking. So it's adjusting now for what it thinks the economy will do. So like if today they came out and said, oh, deals across the board, tariffs are off, we would shoot up to 52-week highs today. And people that work at freaking McDonald's would have never known what happened the last 2 weeks. So the fear and the reason why the market's reacting is because if they hold up as is, where everybody's tariffing everybody, then that will lead to job cuts. And if job cuts happen, then unemployment rises. And if unemployment rises, then you got recession fears. And yeah. Well, there was a quote in that Tucker Carlson interview that I tweeted about last night because I was trying to find it and I found it. It's spot on to why they feel comfortable doing this. Spot on. Let me find it real quick. Here, I'll play it. It's spot on, and it makes sense why they feel like they can make this move.
The people who are hoping that yesterday's move will lead to a demonstrably brighter future within 4 years, is it your sincere prediction that within 4 years we'll say, actually, that kind of worked?
I believe that it's going to work. And I know that what we were doing wasn't working.
Yes.
So I think we
This isn't the part.
have to try this. And I have a high confidence ratio it's going to work. And I have a very high confidence ratio. The good news is we have President Trump's previous term when everyone said none of this was going to work. Oh, the China tariffs are going to do this. They're going to cause inflation. They didn't. This is going to happen to working class. It's going to be bad for working class Americans. Well, guess what? Working class Americans, the hourly workers did better than supervisory workers. The bottom 50% of households, their net worth increased faster than the top 10% of households. And look, I'm not happy
Here, this is the part.
with what's going on in the market today, but the distribution of equities across households, the top 10% of Americans own 88% of equities, 88% of the stock market. The next 40% owns 12% of the stock market. The bottom 50 has debt. They have credit card bills.
wild
They rent
to
their
think
homes.
about.
They have auto loans, and we've got to give them some relief. That I was struck by this.
That's it right there. The top 10% of Americans own 88% of equities, 88% of the stock market. The next 40% own 12%, and the rest have debt. That's why they feel comfortable doing this. And that's why you see the polls not even changed. Because they're like, I don't feel any of this. I don't have any skin in the stock market. They'll care if they lose their job. But right now, they don't care. Yeah, once the prices increase, they'll feel it, right? But right now, like day 3 or whatever, or like a weekend, I guess, they don't feel it yet. But that headline right there, that little clip, it really summarizes why they feel comfortable doing it. That's crazy to think that 10% of Americans own 88% of the stock market. That's crazy. What will this change long term, Frank? Oh, low income, look at it slaughtered too. Everybody will. Long term, if it holds up and nothing changes, absolutely, everybody gets slaughtered. But I think that deals are trying to be made before long term. Whether that's deals with countries, reciprocal tariffs to 0 on both sides, right? Or with companies, bring in their manufacturing here. That means we're all in the top 10%. No, I think we're in the 40% that he was talking about. I mean, you might be in that top 10. What will change long term for low income? Oh, just more jobs probably. If manufacturing came here, it would just be more jobs. CVAC receives US FDA D clearance industry. He goes on in that interview to break down what they think the cost of tariffs will actually be, like the actual cost. And I can't remember what he said. He said, like, if there's...
What caused you to sell 2 weeks ago?
For the cheese, it was the weekly cross. We'll go over it today. Because I know we're going to have a lot of people in chat. I know we're going to have a lot. So we'll go over it again. I'll do it as many times as I need to. Of what was my sell signal. But it was the 9 EMA and the 21 weekly crossover. Maybe, but I think missing context. On the bottom, may only own 12%. The top owns... Wait, the bottom owns? Oh, the middle 40. Yeah. Everyone invested in some market through their retirement plans too. So while it's only 12% stocks represent... Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he said it was 40% of the country. Like, that's a big chunk, right? You're talking 100 million people. It's a lot of people. It's interesting. Going back to the COVID era, from Trump on to here, we lost like 30% of our buying power from inflation, right? So this is just a different kind of losing buying power. We're losing in a different way this time. We just don't have it anymore when the market goes down. So yeah, it's just like, yeah, it's a trade-off. You can lose it via inflation, or you can just lose it. Oh, but back to what Scott Bissett said, I think they said that they expect 20% of whatever tariff, or was it 10? It was a much lower number than the actual. So like, if a tariff is 30%, they expected like 6% of that to go to consumer. Some of it eaten in the current currency exchange, some of it eaten by the sending and receiving partners working out something. So if that number gets blown out of the water, and I should go back and look and find out what that actual percent was, I think that might be our tell to if the administration changes a stance, like if their number gets blown out. I saw that, so I saw that someone posted about it. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you the formula was right or wrong. I mean, you're talking a bunch of squiggly line letters. I was like, I don't know. But I did see someone post about that. It is crazy to think that 50% of Americans don't have a dime in the stock market. 40% own 12%. And 10% own 88% of the stock market. That is wild. Kind of sickening, actually. A lot of people are afraid of losing money. I don't think that's it. I don't think they have extra money to put into the stock market. You think a dude working at McDonald's or whatever can put money in the stock market, man? That's shit. Shit's expensive. People are just trying to make ends meet for years. Got fired for. Flake. We're looking at pre-market buys and sells in the stock market here. We're just waiting for a setup. News comes every 30 minutes, so in about 3 minutes, we're going to get a news dump and hopefully find a stock that's moving. Right now, BJDX had a nice move early, but now MACD's crossed down. I'm not really going to trade against it on a day like this. There's definitely no euphoria going on. So I've got to really be patient, really wait for nice setups if I'm playing to the long side, which is easier for me to do. It's a little harder to short, and I can't short most things that are not a large cap. Your parents never invested a penny into the stock market? I talked to my buddy yesterday. I'm starting to get the phone calls, right? That's when you know the fear is here. And his mom bought him like $1,000. I think he said this is like a $2,000 worth of a stock. It was some like environmental friendly fund, whatever. In 2002, I think it was. I'm like, this is a conversation. He hasn't looked at it in 20 some years, right? He's like, yeah, my mom bought me this stuff like in 2002. Yeah, I haven't even opened up to look at it. It's probably worth like $4,000, $5,000. I'm like, dude, that's probably worth like $20,000. You need to open that shit up right now. He opens it up, worth $26,000. I'm like, go, mom. You have Google from 2000? Jeez. Wait. Like what part of 2000? Like the year 2000? Wait. When did it start trading? 2005? Or are you just saying, oh, you're being facetious? Okay, gotcha. Like, what stock do we buy now that 20 years from now we're like, oh, yeah, thanks, mom. Now I'm a millionaire. It's probably some AI play that we don't know about. Or my guess is robotics. I think the next meta after the Made in America meta will be robotics. All right, 7:30 news. TGTX. Vero. ZVRA. Bigger float. BJDX. This is what I'm talking about. A little fake 5-minute cock there, all the way to 10. What is that? 03. It's hard to trade against that MACD. Trick shot robot. So if we're just talking scenarios here, if manufacturing comes to the United States, well, we don't have the workers to fill those jobs right now, unless people get off, the sidelines and get into the workforce again, which probably doesn't happen. Well, how do you fill those manufacturing jobs? Robots. Has to. And then that's how you get your cheap goods out of the United States. Like, that's always been the hit against manufacturing in the United States. It costs so damn much. We don't have cheap labor. We're not paying $2 a week like some third world country is. How do you get cheap labor in the United States? Robots. And that's the robot meta. Do you think we're going to SPY 355? I don't have a level that I think, all right, let me put it in perspective. Let's back up a bit in the market. How big was this pullback, and what was it from? Was it just like, this is 26. We had a 26% pullback in 2022. I knew it was bad, but I didn't realize it was that bad. It was just the frog in the pot. Okay. So this is Russia invading Ukraine, right? This was 30%. I thought I did this yesterday. It was 20%. All right, this is 36%. Russia invading Ukraine. This is V-shaped recovery, though, right? What's worse? Russia invading Ukraine. Now, hindsight, everybody thought this is going to lead to potentially World War III, right? Russia invading Ukraine, which would have been probably worse, definitely worse than just everybody taxing everybody. And the fear of an escalated war between nations did drive this further, right? So there's a little bit of fear, not just Russia invading Ukraine, but the fear of escalation between a lot of countries. But anyway, that's what it did, 35%. What's worse, Russia invading Ukraine and just that hit to the economy, or everybody taxing everybody all at once out of nowhere? So I tend to believe that everybody across the world taxing everybody in a game of chicken with the stock markets is probably worse for the market than Russia and Ukraine. So if that's the case, our lowest point right now has been 21%. What does 35 look like? SPY 400. Oh, shit. Economic policy. It was COVID. Was this the Ukraine war? Wait, this wasn't COVID. 2020? Wait, 2020 was COVID. Wait. Disregard. Yes. Okay, so this was, when did the Ukraine war start? Was it 3 years ago? Or 4? It's 2022. Sorry, boys. Caffeine hadn't hit. All right. Okay, so this is okay, that makes more sense. 28% pullback, top to bottom. Top to bottom, 28%. Where's 28% from here? That's 440 SPY. I would say this is probably worse. So the fear the fear that it will stay around longer would push this lower. Are we talking SPY 360? What does that look like? That's a 40% drop. That's not unheard of. In 2008, when things actually broke, that was a 57% pullback, top to bottom. I mean, what's worse, financial collapse or everybody taxing everybody? Right now, I would say financial collapse. But if nothing changes, it could probably, it would definitely be a recession. Does it go to a depression? That's a different animal, right? When do I think the layoffs start? I don't think they will fast. Companies will try to eat as much as possible. I think when companies see a change in consumer behavior is when they'll lay off. I mean, that's the kicker. If profits go down, layoffs start. So they've got to give the consumer the chance to see if they buy the higher prices. You saw on TikTok. Glass half full. No, I'm just being a realist. I'm trying to think about how this goes. Taking any kind of political bias out of it and just how does this go? You got to look at the different avenues. I'm not here to freaking pick. I'm here to make fucking money. All right. I don't care about politics. I want to know how this goes, in which order it's going to go, so I can make fucking money. Got it? I want to make fucking money. That's why I was buying fucking wheat berries and wheat back in 2022, because I want to make fucking money. You can interpret it, my talking with your own bias, go ahead, but I have zero when it comes to making fucking money. You've got it. You have to look through which way this is going to go. How is this going to go? So when the car starts to move, you have already looked down that road and you know what's down it. This is part of the reason why I sold 2 weeks ago, because I could see it coming. But unlike me, Soils is a big Trump fan and he believes in Trump, and that's why he held all his positions. One day you'll put your Trump bias aside, Soils, and put down the MAGA hat and just be here with the rest of us to make money. ICCT juice in a little bit here. Getting closer to Friday's high. Jeez, this went high to 766 on Friday. SJ sold. I sold early. What was the quote? If you're going to panic, panic first. All right. What are you going to do here, ICCT? All right, here we go. Fridays. Jeez, that happened quick. Friday's high just got tapped. Mean Green in Detroit. We going to a hockey game or something? Nvidia $90. Whew. How much have these previous pullbacks been? Let's see here. Maybe get some sort of taste. 27%. 0.4%. 16%. Where's this one currently at? 30. Jeez. It is, but you can, in these wild times, a lot of times the small caps will do the inverse, because most people don't like. Think of the clientele, right? The people that are longing stocks, the retail people, most of it, not us, but like the Robin Hood people, let's call them that. They don't even know how to short, so they only can long. So they're looking for something too long. And a lot of times in markets like this where everything is down, if you get like one small cap that's popping up via manipulation of sorts, then they all are playing that one. That's why you can get these pops. My buddy that had his mom do the $2,000 that turned into $26,000 in 20 years that he didn't even know about. He doesn't know how to short. He's like, so how do you short? Like, how do you do that? It's just the button right next to the buy button. They don't. He doesn't know how to. He doesn't even know how to do that. So think of it through those eyes, and it makes more sense. There's a new episode on the compound. All right, we'll watch it today. Can't get that beer back. We can't afford it anymore. Killing. I was actually thinking I need more. That's good stuff. Nvidia 89. Have I seen beef prices? Yeah, they're ridiculous. So you think it's just a supply side thing? The little man, I know, got hit hard. NWTG coming back up. What's the high here? 46. These 1 penny spreads on a float that's 270 million or 270,000 shares. Like, make that make sense. This didn't exist pre-COVID, by the way. This is a different world we live in. That didn't do shit. ICCT. Hanging around. In fact, they could cross. Interesting move on soon. Nice call, Cosmo. My new job of retail, if retail trading's outlawed. I have absolutely no idea. Luckily, that won't happen. What I worry about is making sure that computers don't take out retail trading. Which I don't think they will, because they want retail trading because they can make money off of it. But if they did, that's always worried me. What's it mean when the bid is over the ask substantially? That means your broker's dicked up. It shouldn't. The bid should never be over the ask. If it is, that means somebody's not, the order's not getting filled for some reason. A lot of options I was trading on Friday after 3 were like that. So Cheese told me that he saw a lot of spoofing going on. A lot. I wish I was here on Friday, because I feel like I don't have a good vision of how the market acted. But yeah, he mentioned to me that there's a lot of weird shit going down on Friday. What's spoofing? Spoofing is fake order entries that don't get filled, trying to manipulate price. So like someone puts a $1 million order on the bid, like way down here though, where it wouldn't get filled. So, and then people are like saying like, oh man, someone's trying to buy $1 million. I'm gonna buy now before they get filled, and I'll use that as my stop loss. If it does get down there, well, I'll just stop out. Manipulates price. It's illegal. Cheese did say he saw a lot of funny shit going down. IBIO, 50-cent spread. They have news, but 50 freaking cent spread. BJDX 5-minute cut go potential. 950 spreads. Oh gosh, this just hit 9. he actually said, Soils, that he tried to do what you asked, but he's already appealed once and he can appeal again because you denied him the appeal once. So he was trying to contact you, but he has no way to contact you. He listens every day. Like, Cam, just make a freaking, if you want to talk to Soils, make a new screen name and talk to him. That's your only hope. Because bugging me about it ain't gonna do shit. Newton Golf. Everybody wanting to go golf. That's the first thing they want to do to spend their extra money in a potential recession. Up 40% today. Makes perfect sense. ICCT. Interesting 5. This I don't like, though. So we'll watch the compound today. I hope it's really, really good. We'll try to find a lot of videos of different takes. SPY back down to -2%. We have been having a habit of markets really making a dip, bouncing early, and then meeting that low later on in the day. Wooden toys. Hey, capitalism. So it's capitalism, baby. Shave count fear index. Yeah, we're at 300 already, and it ain't even 8 o'clock. I should do a prediction on what the viewer count will be come 9:30. All right, maybe 8 o'clock news. There's nothing that's like awesome. And Ross, he's up $31,000. He made it on BJDX. Good God. $30 seconds on 8 o'clock news. How does the chart look for the crossover metric? You said you should sell everything for you. Seems like a good example this time. Oh, it was perfect example. Nailed it. My only concern this time is Jay Powell going to save it with their balance sheet runoff change, and it wasn't enough. 8 o'clock news. TSAT. Relic, the same thing when they flip up. That's my sign. That's that's the easy version. But if I really want to buy the bottom, for me, is going to be when there's talk of deals being made with the big boys. Big boys meaning China, Mexico, our big trade partners. When there's talk that a deal could be around the corner, or just they're talking, that might be the sign. That might be the sign to nibble, I should say. What if those don't come? Then I don't buy. Soils, it's that fucking easy. Then I don't buy. I stay cash. Attitude. Am I supposed to buy the debt? Nope. Sorry. It's my money. Not buying. Not doing it. The one advantage us little fish have over the big boys is we can move in and out of the markets in a minute. It's no problem for us to take our thousands or even low millions for some of us that have that to hit the sell button and just be out. Big boys, they can't do that. So you're damn right. I use that to my advantage. I know, Cosmo, I need to hit the bleep. Oh, that's not real. Okay. I was like, 84. What the hell? This is just the 8 o'clock orders going through. It's like, that might be one where I start buying. It's at, you can see it's at 89 or 90 or whatever that is. Yeah, that's not real. That's not real. That's just your 8 o'clock order shenanigans. SPAI headline. Enter strategic partnership overview. Ukraine's National Mine Action Center of Excellence to modernize demining with AI-powered threat detection. Well, they're going to need that if the war ends, right? See if that moves at all. AIRE exercise warrants. There's nothing really moving anything right now. BESA? Okay. So this is a merger that was announced 30 minutes ago. Tired of the AI narrative? Well, I ain't going anywhere anytime soon. Especially when our economy is going to switch to the use of it in all aspects. SLV about to get murdered? Whoa. Why is so... Oh, well, I mean, that would be panic, right? It's a good... What's a good gold ticker? I don't really know of one offhand. GLD? Yeah, I guess that would be it. Yeah, when gold and silver sell off, I guess that's a panic sign too, huh? Why is my no dice? Awesome. It's upcoming. No, I want it to go live right now, you piece of shit. I don't know what it's doing. right back down. Ow. What I clicked? MLGO through that 1920 level. Oh, MSTR acquired 0 Bitcoin during period of March. Oh, skipped a week, huh? Luca, let's go. 6 months.
Good morning, boss.
Morning to you, homie. Strap in, bud. About to ride on Mr. Toad's wild ride. Helmet, smart man. That's someone that's been in the trenches. They know what's up. How many orders don't get filled? Well, they should get filled if I put it in time. But there's never like a time where, well, like, what do you mean? Let me ask you that. Like, what do you mean? Like, if I'm trading and I put my order in and it's sitting there inside the price range that it should get filled at, it like a market order, like it should get filled. But there are times when the order does hang, and that's a software problem, not a market problem. Shocker, I know. BJDX trying to curl. MACD's there. 970. That's back over $1. Good fills. Oh, what are we doing here? Nope. Nope. Oh, run into a cock. Now you have a 1 minute of 960. Did bounce the 9, but damn, that got there way too quick. Like, Mesa starting to run. Put that on the list. Come on, give us a cock and then juice it. This is looking decent. That does not look good. The 5 minute. It's the high there, 55. ARAB. What the hell? News? New news. Corporate update and highlights recent milestones of strategic growth initiatives. It was $20 on Friday. Damn. And the spreads were a little scary there. Damn. Wow. Front page is next Tuesday. American Rebel Holdings. Oh, there's your Made in America meta starting out. We talked about that one. Especially if it's got America in the name, right? Like, this is a corporate update. This is crazy.
Do you keep a bottle of lotion at your desk?
Same one you got, bud. Let's go, Jake. 34 months. BJDX dump. And WTG 5 minutes. It's there. It's close. AREB doing a 1 minute pullback. There we go. So you got to be careful with these initial breakouts. Is if the Bollinger Bands are really tight, a lot of times what can happen is you smack into the first one only to break down on the second one. So if this actually would have done a dip and rip, I would have felt more comfortable. Now that's interesting. Whoa. That just tells you there's the baby going out with the bathwater there. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of panics selling Friday. And, Kramer calling it Black Monday before, Friday was even done. That doesn't instill confidence in the stock market come Monday. So we'll probably see, we might see capitulation in retail today. The big boys started selling Friday. I think retail is still in. I don't think they sold. And you might see that today. I had hockey this weekend, and one of my buddies asked me all the time about stock advice, which I don't give because I'm not a financial advisor. But I said, this is what I do. Anyway, he hasn't sold anything. And he's like, should I sell now? I'm like, well, I told you what I did 2 weeks ago. That was my game plan. What's your game plan? He has none. So now you're stuck in the spot of, well, shit. Do I ride the ship down, or do I hold out thinking that I'm going to be saved soon? I'm like, that's a scary place to be because I don't know. You're on the sinking ship and you're looking for the Coast Guard. And I don't know which comes first. And I think that's where the majority of retail is now. Because they don't have any identifier of when to get out. They're not traders. So now they see their portfolio down, what is it, 15% now? Like, Where are we at? Overall, it's like 20 now, isn't it? Yeah, 22 today. Friday was 18 at the end of the day. So this is where their panic, not panic, but anxiety was. This was the anxiety day. If you have your fear and greed picture, let me see if I can find it real quick. Everybody knows what picture I'm talking about. What's it called though? There it is. The psychology of the stock market. This is it right here. So I think Friday was your anxiety day. Or maybe yeah, I think you're here. Or maybe in denial now. Maybe denial. And now we're getting into the panic when they're saying, should I sell now? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. The I don't know what to do is the panic stage. And I think we're there. And then they capitulate. And then there's no one else left to sell. How long this phase lasts, I don't know. About 4 billion stocks on Thursday, largest ever in the past decade. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. But that's what they've been trying to do, right? Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Around like a salad. That's still hanging out. See, we got some White House headlines here. Senior advisor Hassett. More than 50 countries negotiating on tariffs. White House economic advisor Hassett. Taiwan reached out overnight on tariffs. I think it's rehashed. I think we learned that yesterday, right? We're going to see a lot of those headlines. They're trying to control the narrative, right? The real question is when does a deal get done with any of these countries? Because that will give hope to the market. And that's all the market needs is a little hope. Oh, okay. So deals will be made. If they don't, we freaking drill, baby. Drill, baby. I say solve it.
Bullish for the markets this year, Doge aiming to trim 1 trill in spending. AI driving efficiencies in companies cutting costs. Possible interest rate cut, pivot in right direction.
Bullish the markets this year, and Doge aiming to trim $1 trillion spending. Well, no, you got to think of it. Okay, so let's take the. Yeah, okay. So Jake, if which there's been tons of pushback for any kind of recommended cuts that Doge have, but say they did trim $1 trillion, right, of spending, that would actually be bad for the markets. Maybe it's good policy, especially if it's quote unquote waste, right? We'll just go with that narrative. That's actually bad for markets because that's money being taken out of the markets, right? It's not being spent. It's not say it's a consumer. Look at it as a consumer. It's not a consumer spending. So that would actually be a bad thing for markets, and especially since government has been one of our major reasons why we've grown. Was government? It has been government spending over the past, probably go back 8 years if you want. It's kind of one of the things that's held up a recession. It's because of government spending. So if you take that out, look at it that way. Might be good policy, but market-wise, probably bad. It's all about rates. They know the housing is absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, certainly is about rates, right? That's what Trump talks about more than anything. Freaking rates. We know now it's all over TikTok. The stuff we've been talking about for freaking months is the trillions of dollars we have to refinance. You get rates down, you're going to unlock the housing market. People are going to be able to refinance. That'd be pretty cool. Any of you got really high interest rate loan right now on your house at these current rates? And how bad does it suck? %, jeez. 5, 6, 7. Holy hell. 7, 1, 5, 7, 6, 1. Jeez. Well, as long as you keep your job and rates drop. What is it right now? I have no idea. It doesn't move with like Fed cuts. It's not that clean. I live in my mom's basement. 7.5 and you can't refi? Well, yeah, there's 6.3 in here in Australia. All loans are variable eventually. Anyway, what? Eventually? Like how many years do you get a static? Wait, so Australia, all mortgage loans are variable? All of them? Eventually? Like after how much time? 5 years are max, but you can pick between one. Wait, what? So you're saying that all rates in Australia can just juice? Help?
Hey brother, Checking in to see how bad the bleeding is this pre-market. Oh, and 49 months bitches.
That's standard outside the US. Did you all not watch our 2008? Did you all not watch our 2008? Five to 12 in the 80s. Okay. Is there a cap? Like, damn. Mess is still moving here. Surprisingly. That is wild. So is your housing market really slow because of that? Most of all other costs have a variable mortgage is one of the few fixed rates. Well, I know Canada's is bad, the housing market there. Retail here, I took out 3 personal loans past 2 months. I'm absolutely Baxter. What? $300%. Dude, what? Issue indicator, I would say we're kind of in line what we saw on Friday. We'll see. 8:30 news, nothing hit. Yeah, Zach, my place, I don't have a mortgage. And I had a low interest rate. It was like 3% or something like that. But it's just something I didn't like, that I didn't have ownership of my house. Like that, I like to have a moat around me. Like things that are a necessity in my life, I don't want to have to pay on. I want them to be debt free on if I can, right? It's just a principle of mine. Things that don't matter, okay, then whatever. But things that I have to have, a roof over my house, a vehicle, really, that's debatable though, I guess. But I don't want to have a note on those things if I can help it. And when I got to the point where that was feasible, I might tell her backyard. Banks hate people like you. Yeah, they can suck a dick. The one time I tried to get a home equity line of credit, I got denied because I was a day trader. I wanted to pull 50,000 out. I can't remember. Oh yeah, because I was trying to finish my freaking backyard, and the market was shifting, and I wasn't making as much money as I was, and I just needed like 50,000 more. My home is worth well over $1 million, paid off. I wanted to take 50,000 out. Hell, my backyard, I put $1 million in. And I couldn't get, they wouldn't give me $50,000 against my house. That's worth over, it's ridiculous. So they can suck a dick. They're like, oh, we have to do this special formula. They denied me initially, and they go, oh, we have to do this special formula based off of your years of trading, blah, 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 blah. You can appeal. Like, the hell with you. I'll do this myself. Well, it's because I don't have I don't have a W-2 from an employer. Like, they want to see steady stream of income. I'm like, I haven't had a red year in 10 years. How about that? If I had an LLC, yeah, you could totally dick it, right? You could probably do it that way, but I didn't have it. Yeah, I mean, they did tell me that there was a way that I could appeal and do it, you know, the day trader route, so to speak. But I was like, screw that. If this is what we're doing here, when I have a paid off asset that is worth 20x what I'm asking, like, suck my dick. Then it would just became a matter of principle. It's like, screw it. I don't need you. Just do this myself. That's when I sold my Bitcoin, my last bit of Bitcoin. I was just too pissed off at that point. Because you had to, like, you get all this paperwork in, right? And they know you're a day trader. Like, why make me go down the I don't have a W-2 route when you know that I'm going to get rejected and then make me do this all over again? So you put all this paperwork together, you give it off, you wait 2 weeks. I think it was longer than 2 weeks. Get denied. And then tell me, okay, then you have to do it this way because of your income, of what your income is. Like, suck my dick. I was pissed off. You need a 100K loan for 2 weeks at 1.5%. They said no, even though you had. Gotta love it. Speaking of money and homes, I talked to my buddy that does grading work. It's the one gave me the quote from my wall that needs it fixed, but told me in my area. Hang on, we got JNBR here. How did they raise 42 million? Oh, offering. I love it. Anyway, he's like, so I live, for those that don't know, I live in an area that got hit very hard by Helene. And nothing is getting done right now. And it's like, when we were visited by political figures, like the 3 weeks around that time frame, maybe even 4, things got done. Like they weren't, and then they got done. And now there's like nothing. And he's like, my buddy that does this grading work, he's like, yeah, I've given out so many quotes for people that lost, like, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars per property that just damaged or gone or whatever. And they're like, yeah, I give a quote for $100,000 to repair what's there. And FEMA comes back and says, here's $8,000. We think that it'll fix the job. And he's like, I'm going to give you a quote for $100K. And you're telling me that the person is getting $8,000 to fix that? So you have all these properties that have no way to rebuild. It's very sad. It's like you don't have so you have to do it out of cash. It's like how do these?
I've had political fingers before. Tastes nothing like a femur.
Oh my gosh! Like how do you? Those that have maybe been in a disaster could tell me, like, if your insurance denies you and FEMA ain't gonna cover shit. Even if FEMA did give the max is like $80,000 or $88,000. Like how? Say you had a mortgage on your house, you lost your house. Say you got landslided and your house is gone. Like how do you come back? Do you have to just declare bankruptcy? Your bank takes your property. You go live in an apartment for X amount of years and start over? Like that is just wow. No problem, Flake. Like you got a mortgage, you're paying the property taxes that didn't change yet, probably will though. And you don't have a house anymore and you're supposed to pay that mortgage, yeah, good luck. You just have to bankrupt, right? Lost your house in 2008, rented to 2014. Damn. One positive dude, I guess that's filing for bankruptcy then, right? Bill Log Cabin. 8:45. Got a few headlines here. BTTR stock dividend? What? 35 cents? Whoa. Fed announces closed board meeting for today. Is that true? $11:30. Okay. That's a change narrative. That's a change. Okay. That might be our sign, boys. That might be a sign. That's wild, because wasn't it Friday that he just got done saying, I know the market's not doing a thing, not liking things, but we're not seeing the numbers yet. Like, no shit, Sherlock. Your numbers take a freaking month to update. What I did think was fascinating about that interview is they talked about how they decipher. So right now we're in a inflationary environment, very much so, right? With taxes on everything, or it is a tax, but what do you call it? Tariffs on everything, increasing prices on everything, right? If everybody, all the countries are tariffing each other, prices go up. Okay. Inflationary thing. It has a dual mandate to keep inflation in check, but also employment in check. And we're in an environment where one of those or both of those are going to get dicked potentially. High prices, but also unemployment could go up. So which one does the Fed deal with? And he told us, which, I thought was great. He said, whenever we're in that situation, we look, and I'm summarizing, we look at which one's more out of whack and we address that one. I thought that was awesome. or which one could get out of whack. So in this case, it would be employment first, probably, because right now the data, the tariffs haven't hit the data yet, and prices just started to get, starting to increase. And these tariffs are a week old. So if there's price increases, they're going to show up in next month's data or whatever. So it would be their fear of jobs. And if it's their fear of jobs that's out of whack, that means rate cuts. The meeting has been on the books since April 3rd. Well, damn it. So they announced that meeting before the tariffs were known? Was it Thursday that the tariffs hit? So this isn't like an emergency meeting. This was planned. Thank you, Soils. Day after? Okay. Was the tariffs on Wednesday? When was Liberation Day? Was that Wednesday? The 2nd? Yeah, it was the 2nd, right? Okay. So they did it the day after. Okay. So they did it the day after. So they announced the meeting the day after, and then we got Fed Powell. Okay, so maybe I'm not as optimistic now. So Powell, so he knew about this meeting on Friday when he talked and said, well, that is not really in our numbers yet. All right, well, maybe that's not the sign then. All right, well. 'JNVR still juicing. I can't believe this. They did an offering. There was another stock that did this too, that just worded their offering fancy, and it juiced. Like if you put it into terms that retail can't understand, your stock juices. (2.5% per year, paid in cash quarterly, mature 2020. The convertible notes are convertible at any time prior to the maturity date, conditioned on the requirement that the company's market capitalization equal or exceeds 100 million, geez, at the day prior to the conversion date. The conversion price will be set on the date that the company's market cap first equals or exceeds 100 million to equal the last reported sale price of the common stock. That stack subject to a minimum conversion price of 481. I mean, damn. Call that reading, send it. Pretty much, right? Will you buy an investment house? Hooked up with... I don't think people will buy an investment house, but they certainly will move if they've been wanting to. BJDX, decent setup there. But if rates go down, I bet you housing prices start moving too, and not in a good way. Because then you're going to have, say you have pent up selling demand, right? People want to move. So it should be an equal trade off, right? You got to sell your house and buy a house, right? But first you got to sell the house. So it could be a buyer's market at first and end with a seller's market again. Supply might come on to the market in an extreme way. Trying to sell a house now, it sucks. I bet. More listings at lower prices. Yeah. Imagine when rates drop and all that pent up demand can flush into the market. And it'll be a buyer's market for sure. Supply in your market's coming up big. Stack some cash. I'm trying to find like I'm a little nervous, right? So Friday, none of you have commented on my haircut, by the way, so you all suck a dick. But since I wasn't able to watch Friday visually, I don't really have a feel for how that went. And whenever you like take a vacation from trading, even if it's a day, you like feel like you it does not look the same. It's so much shorter. What are you talking about? Yes. Anyway, you feel like you just don't have the vibe. And that's where I'm at right now. Like I just don't have a good groove of things. Shut up, pound and ground. Did you get the Rachel? What the hell's that? Oh, shut up, somebody. Thank you, Luca. Total capitulation material. Hey, take it. Watch the time. That's the 10x. All right, 9 o'clock news here. Maybe we'll get something moving that isn't bullshit. $650 viewers. New Trump tweet 30 seconds ago. Copy and paste it. What did he say? Let's do something they should decades ago. And don't be weak. Don't be stupid. Don't be panicking. Panicking? Is that what he said? A party based on weak and stupid people. Be strong, courageous, patient. Greatness will be a result. The more he talks, the more it tells me there's internal infighting. He's getting it from different sides and inside his cabinet. A 5-minute cock here. This thing's juicing. This is crazy. New egg resumed. Why was it halted? They do a reverse split? Looks like it. Fucking Ross is at 47K today, and I'm sitting here not even trading. This thing is wild, dude. Doesn't Ross typically make good money here? Yeah, for sure. Takes insane size. When you take insane size, you're making insane money. What was the word? Panition? Panickition? I wonder if that's a cryptocurrency we could buy yet. Yeah, he had a big loser day last week. I don't remember what it was. I think it was last week, or was it the week before? I don't know. I mean, he's routinely taken 20 to 30,000 shares a trade. Like, I'm not even close to that. Billy. Billy. Oh, Billy. Oh. 664. What are we up at? What are we up to on viewers here, boys? I don't have updated numbers. Mine updates like every 10 minutes or so. 677, fear index high. I would say over 700, I think, is our number where, okay, fear index. Do I short stocks? Absolutely. And that would be the easier, well, okay, consider, I think it's pretty clear with all the media hype about Black Monday, how you call it Black Monday before it's even here. I think retail capitulates some today, if not all, I don't know. But the question is everyone sold? And do we bounce late day, or are we going to just continue to freaking drill going into Tuesday and Wednesday? That's the question I have. Let's go, Salt Life. Retail buying heavily. That was on Thursday, though. I wasn't around Friday. Did they? Well, that would be today that we would have those numbers. I don't think they were buying Friday. They probably went balls deep Thursday and then said, oh shit, Friday.
If Black Monday is dump zone, what is a White Monday?
And D's up, most people holding out. If you're not relying on it, right? The worst case scenario that happens is no deals get made. Therefore, trade disappears. And then you just freaking stagflation for years. That would be worst case scenario. And then everybody that's hoping for, oh, this too shall pass, then it won't pass. And then you go into like the lost decade again. That would be worst case scenario. You panic sold last Monday. You're ahead of the game, buddy. That wasn't panic selling. That was freaking a gift. All right, so I was asked earlier to go over my sell signal. I'll do it. This will be like the 10th time I've done it, but I know we're going to get a lot of new people here. So I'll be happy to do it.
Mass attack starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mass attack.
I mean, really? This is what we're doing. All right, for those 700 viewers that have no idea what's going on, you have 2 minutes. That's it. Down in the About section, you'll see something called Viewer Attack. You can throw things on the screen right now for free, as many as you want. You have 2 minutes. Have fun. Give it to me. Give it to me. Let's go. Black Monday, bitches. Hold on to your dicks. That's right. Get your angst out now. Relieve your stress on me. Come on, baby. Give it to me good. All over my face. I'm going to mute Discord. I apologize. Give it to me on my face. Down in the About section, look for Viewer Attack. You can click things and throw it at the screen. Do it! Oh, look at all the shit balls. Oh, that's so much shit. Holy jeez on my face. I said jeez, not the other thing. Oh. Give it to me. 754. Fear indicator high.
fear indicator high today. You got about 10 seconds. Keep going. Keep going. Get to me. Crumple's like, oh, I want to follow this guy. Bistro's like, yep, I'm in. I'm following this dude. Oh. Oh, was it good for you? It's good for you. Okay, like I was saying, I'll go over what my sell indicator was. Oh, for crying out loud.
Somewhat good. Thank you for letting us run a train on you.
I'll catch it. I'll catch it. I got it. You're welcome. Okay. So, lunch bag. Let's go. Welcome. 43. Oh, and that's not welcome. That's a 43 right there. Damn. All right, let me hide all this shit here. Okay. What was my sell signal? I have these moving averages here, and I know it's a little hard to see, but this red line is the 9 EMA. This is a weekly chart we're looking at. 9 EMA, 21 EMA, 50 is the 100 simple, and then the purple is the 200 simple. I think the 50 is an EMA as well. It doesn't really matter if it's EMA or simple moving average. It'll look very much the same. But I just use the EMAs for the shorter term time frame, or shorter term moving averages. And then the simples are my 100 and 200. So my sell and buy signal, mind you, is when the 9 EMA crosses the 21. So my sell signal in this case was right here. When this red line crossed under the 21, that was my sell sign. And I sold that week when it was confirmed. The week before, it held on to it on the Friday. The Friday of this week candle had a nice pop to where it didn't cross. The next week confirmed it. I sold here. My thought process is, at the time, I knew that tariffs were going to move the markets down. However, I thought Jay Powell might save the day like he did last time, and we'll go into the last time just a second, and say, because they had a Fed rate decision this week, and I thought, or was it this week? Whatever. I thought he could come out and save the day like he did last time, and he didn't. They changed policy. They slowed their balance sheet roll off, but it wasn't enough. So after that, I was like, okay, I'm out. And the worst case scenario for that is it bounces. Maybe it was just late reaction, and I'll just get back in when these guys cross back up. But they didn't. It was a good sell. The time before that we had the cross down was October of last year. Things were going bad. We got the cross. I sold here. What happened on this candle? Or actually, I sold, I think here is when the cross actually happened. Whatever. I sold here. What happened next? Jay Powell comes out and says, we're done raising interest rates. We're going to start lowering them. Bada bing, bada boom. Market's like, okay, we like that. Thank you for saving the day. And then it flipped back up right here and I went long again. That's my buy sign, is when the red line goes back above the 21. That's my buy sign. And if you just bought like the indexes, you just rode a freaking 40% gain. All right. The time before that, and we'll back test this. The time we crossed down before that was Russian invasion. From here, cross down, and you can see what happens. And it isn't until here it crosses back up, which would have been my buy sign. This is only something that I have started doing recently. Before all this, I would just kind of hold and I've risen, I've held through so many of these freaking pitfalls. I'm like, okay, I need to change my strategy. What is something that is simple and easy that has a pretty easy way of gauging where a market goes. And that's where I've noticed the trend of the 9 and the 21 crossing usually leads to momentous moves. So Russia invades Ukraine. We get from top to bottom a 27% pullback. When it crosses back up from bottom to top, that's a 20% rise until, we still had Fed raising rates and stuff. So, there's that. All right. Before that, this is another cross down. This is the 9 crossing under the 21. This is COVID, right? This is a bigger one, 35%. Who saved the day here? Jay Powell dropping rates to 0. And if you would have bought when they cross back, why isn't it? Hello? There we go. Say you bought like right here, right? When they cross back, we'll just put it here. And you would have that's a 62% gain. This one, 2018. Wait. Yeah, this was COVID. What was 2018? Was this? I don't remember what this one was. Was this the recession fear one? I can't remember. Top to bottom, 20%. U.S. trade war with China. Oh, was this the first tariff hit? I can't remember. Trade war. Okay, that makes more sense. It flips back up.
SJ gives the best financial advice. Thanks for everything. I never thought I'd make $1 million in my first month trading.
Oh, shut up.
You are the best.
All right, they cross back up. Say you went long right here. We'll just do it on the cross up, right? From bottom to top, 26%. If for some reason you purchased here, max is 44%. Okay. Let's go back. This is a little trickier because it crossed under, gave a little head fake and crossed back down. This one was 15%, but when it crossed back up, that's a 43% rise. And these don't happen often. That's why they're significant. Like this is 2015. This is August and December of 2015. The cross down here, that's 2018. Cross down here, 2020. So it does not happen often. This one here, this is July of 2011, right? Kind of see what inflation is doing to these numbers, isn't it? Crazy. SPY 136 in 2011. 21% move down. Whereas if you bought this cross up, you're talking, I can't even get it all on one screen. Then you're talking 75%. This one, 2010, cross down, top to bottom. That's a smaller move, 15%. If you waited for the cross down, 10%. This, I haven't gone back further, but this cross back up here. What is this? Oh, this is 2008. This cross up here. Gotcha, 41%. If you bought when it crossed, if you somehow timed the bottom like that one dude did, 81%. 917. Jeez. Yep, people are freaking out. 2008. If you would have sold the market when these moving averages crossed back in 2007, you would have missed the entire financial collapse. That's pretty wild. Before that, this is 2000 dot-com bubble. If you would have sold when the moving averages swapped in 2000, you would have missed the entire tech bubble burst. So that's 25 years now. I mean, I probably could go back further, but I think you get the idea of why it's important, or why that my strategy is what it is with the moving averages, because typically they lead to big moves, down or up. So when those moving averages flip up, you can, the next bull run's here. We're going to have probably multiple years of up move, and that's usually 40, 50, 60% moves. Sometimes really big if it was a really big down draw. So it is what it is. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of people here. Thank you guys for following and hanging out. It's going to be a wild time today. I know a lot of people are going to be hurting or freaking out. Have a strategy in play. Even if your strategy is selling, have a strategy of what level you're selling at. And if you are strategy of buying, what's your strategy? And have a strategy for buying. Don't just panic. All right. I usually take a 5-minute break right now. Just freaking settle my mind and get ready for trading. I'm back at the desk in 5 minutes. And that's what I'm going to do. Let's dance. All right, see what decides to move here. EJDX just juiced out of nowhere. Halting up. Tick starting out minus 1400 right now and did tap minus 2000. We'll see if that holds up. Soon juicing. It's wild that these pennies do so well on these market shit days. Trade cancel this meeting. All right, throw that up. Interesting to see what that's doing.
You know, we all probably wondered how EU member states will react to these extraordinary moves by the United States, moves that have perhaps certainly upended the current model of trade relations, moves that cost already over $5 trillion when you look at the US stock market. So these are moves that certainly hit the US consumers, but they will not be good for European or other global
option prices broken.
Countries across the
Are they wild right now? Probably are.
Globe. So it's very clear that there are no winners, and this was something that was emphasized by all the member states. All of us would prefer a negotiated solution that takes us away from the
on SBEV,
trade war
halted
that
news
can
pending.
lead to a loss of jobs, loss of wealth. We remember what happened many years ago, many decades ago, when real trade wars start. So this is what everyone wanted. There was a huge support and big thanks to Commissioner Šefčovič and his team.
NWTG flagging out here.
For his engagement with the U.S. side to the extent that U.S.
for break of 3
wants to engage at this moment. For
struggling
his
here though.
Openness and transparency. So again, Maros, I really wanted to thank you publicly because this was said many
I don't really
times
want to trade this though.
behind
It's
the closed
getting
door.
close to a
It's
million
great
shares a
to
minute
have
on a
you
float
in
that's
the
like
driving
250,000.
seat of our conversations with the U.S. Side. Again, this is the goal is to keep Plan B. Well, Plan A is engagement and negotiations while keeping Plan B, potential response, firmly in our back pocket. Commissioner Šefčovič will talk about the details of the plan
Market's
that we already
starting to
have,
drill harder here.
Prepared. We are not focusing at the moment on the so-called reciprocal tariffs. I mean so-called because the methodology used by the U.S. side is not yet entirely clear to us why those are the levels of tariffs. But we have a prepared response on the steel and aluminum tariffs.
Something happens with the break of the VIX here at 50 plus. That's significant.
In a more responsible.
That's very significant.
I ticker NWTG, November Whiskey
We'll look
Tango
at that in a
Golf,
little
seeing
bit.
continued heavy activity at the open new
There's
high.
been pretty
NWTG.
big events that have happened when VIX gets over 50. The last one was the Japan carry trade, and people getting just absolutely capitulated in that.
This was in. We began with a readout of.
So we'll see if that is something.
Trip to China. Again, a very high level of appreciation for the
Look at the market.
Again,
Look at my broker. I can't even keep up with this.
Constructive conversation, how we keep a balanced
I
relationship
can't.
with China, which, as you all know, is our.
It's completely dicked right now.
BJDX resuming trade. Bravo Juliet Delta X-ray.
So those are the two main relationships that.
How many of y'all's brokers are just dicked right now?
That are really impacting.
Shares moving higher, up
consumers,
59% now at the
Chinese
or near the intraday highs on BJDX.
Overcapacity.
SPY IV is 140%. TOS is jacked.
Very strategic
Yeah, not surprised. BJDX, nice pop there.
We were very happy that we were able to meet.
We're going to see a lot of this.
Frankly, we were glad to do it as the Polish
Retail always
presidency
gets
to call
screwed in this stuff.
Meeting. This is key for us to talk, to understand each other, to engage each other in order to present.
I didn't say. I'm not saying that.
PSHG performance.
I'm not saying this is worse or not worse. I'm just saying it's significant because you can look back at the times that the VIX spikes over 50. It always is coupled with a big liquidation event. So a lot of sometimes it means like a big boy gets liquidated.
As you said, this clearly was a time well spent. Especially in a moment
Exit 53. Yeah, that is
a constant
wild.
and strategic coordination. I'm very thankful to you for the
BGDX
chance
still
to
pushing
update,
950 now.
The ministers on my recent engagement with my U.S. counterparts.
Yeah, if your
and of course,
broker's
to discuss
dicked,
the way
which most of
forward.
ours is right
The
now, and you got to be a little
current
patient on the trades.
Situation with the United States, our most significant partner, is in a tough spot. A range of tariffs is hitting a significant portion of EU exports. In fact, 380 billion euros worth of EU exports to the US. So we are talking here some 70% of our total exports are facing tariffs of 20% or 25% or even higher when combined with existing most favored nation tariffs.
Do I have an opinion on the tariffs?
5% duty on passengers altogether. To put it in a perspective,
I probably, if I were going to do tariffs, I probably would have done.
11-fold jump.
If the goal was free trade, which I don't think it is anymore, but then targeted tariffs, yeah, I think there's countries that are ripping us off and not giving us the opportunity to have. We're giving them access to our markets and they're not giving access to ours. I think there's that for sure. Targeted tariffs, sure. This isn't that though. The goal is to bring manufacturing back to the U.S. Is the said goal. And if that's the case, that's completely different. And that's a lot of pain because now you're changing the entire world economy and market structure. So that's, I mean, from a national security side of things, okay, that makes sense. But that's not an easy road, man. That is not a freaking easy road.
EU EEA markets due to commercial reasons. That's Alpha Michael
So,
Golf November AMGN.
Yeah.
The race for leadership in semiconductors or securing critical minerals. If we team up, we could build a truly transatlantic
Like you're literally changing the entire world market.
In fact,
That's not going to go well.
We have offered 0 for 0 tariffs for cars and all industrial goods. Second,
Market's still falling pretty good, down 3%. I can't even look at the SPY on E-Trade. It's just frozen.
Time and effort.
It's just frozen. I have to see it over. TradingViews is working decent.
Because the US views tariffs
I can
not
still
as a
see it over there.
step, but as a corrective measure. We are fully prepared to sit at negotiation table whenever.
I will say that if we're going to dump, the good news is we're at
EU remains open to and strongly prefers
overpriced levels in the stock market, so at least there's a little fat to chew on, right?
Until we see tangible progress, we will be working
This isn't like fair value stocks that are getting smoked.
our interest through countermeasures,
This is like overpriced stocks that are getting
through new
smoked
agreements, and deter
for now.
trade diversions. On defending via countermeasures. In response to the steel and
Just trying to find
aluminum tariffs, we
find
received,
a glimmer of hope for today, but there's not much. It's ugly.
660 stakeholders. After carefully reviewing all of it,
RSLS popping here. Romeo Sandy Lima Sandy.
RSLS.
Reshape Life Sciences, low price stock.
That did well on Friday, huh? Had a pop. BJDX. You got to be careful on these low floaters. We've been seeing this as, they're strong pre-market, but then they look like they're going to be strong during market hours. You get these halt ups, and then just a lot of them do this. ICCT's doing it right now, right? Initial move up, just boom, get racked. So you really have to be patient, wait for A quality setups. If you're taking a long position today, like the easier trade right now is certainly to the downside. Look at these freaking gaps. Holy jeez.
Hear from all our chief negotiators forcing our active free trade agreement talks in order to
What am I clicking on
how
here?
best to accelerate these talks.
Oh, good morning, Vietnam.
On deterring trade diversions, we are prepared to use every tool in our trade defense arsenal to
Intel
protect
finally
EU
dumping.
single market, EU producers, and EU consumers.
I will say this, if you have any kind of watch list and you see anything green on it after days like this, that's something you need to keep an eye on, maybe.
Our action with the timely intelligence, and I think you just heard from the President von der Leyen that to that
Because maybe the bottom is in on those things. NWTG coming back up.
Finally, let's not forget that while
DLTR.
US has
That's kind of
decided
sad
to
if that's
step
up.
back
Oh my
from
gosh.
parts of the global trading system, that
Dollar
system
General
is
is
still
not.
crucial for the EU and the rest of the world.
So
The
tough.
EU makes up 30%
Well, we all going to be
of
shopping at
global
Dollar General? Is that what that's saying?
Our priority, along with the rest of the WTO,
Warren
is to protect
says,
the
when
remaining
there's his blood in the
87%
streets, I buy.
and make sure that the global trade
Yep.
system prevails.
It's a Buffett
for the
quote.
rest of us. Turning our discussion on China, I briefed the ministers on my recent visit to Beijing. and
Shut up,
fostering
Seabass.
cooperation to rebalance our trade and investment relationship with tangible results. We covered key long-standing
Cosmo,
issues
you're
like
not the first
overcapacity
person
and
that
subsidies,
has
market
mentioned
access barriers for many
that
European
the
products,
bid being higher than the
and
ask on
to
some things.
level the playing field for EU companies in
Brokers are dicked up.
we also
I mean,
addressed
he
the
trades
Chinese
clearly slow.
investments in the EU
We've got VIX at 54 climbing fast. Fear is high. The tick, we're at like minus 1,000 right now. It does dip down to minus 1,500, so certainly there's some panic selling.
and the value generated here. Lastly, we explored upgrading our customs cooperation. That 91% of e-commerce entering the EU comes from China. I believe that this was an important first step in putting our engagement with China on the right track.
QSG.
Let me conclude by thanking once again to the presidency and to Michał for excellent sharing of what was today
One to watch.
very political, very strategic debate where I very much support all the clear messages from all member states for the unity of the European Union. Thank you.
I'm not seeing.
Thank you very much. Let's take
Big
some
spike to
questions.
60.
Bata, please.
Jeez.
The floor is yours.
I don't
the
see that,
microphone
but
is there
damn.
in the middle.
Bata Pomecka Polish Radio. I've got a question concerning what the Commissioner said. He's waiting for the US to reply that the European Union will not wait endlessly. Do you envisage or do you take into account delaying the entering into force the first countermeasures if negotiations start? And for this unity, I'm wondering, did you get all countries on the board? Because before the meeting, we've heard from different member states that some would like to hit, for example, big tax, and some would like to wait and not to start with the countermeasures. Thank you. And if I may, the answer in Polish, the Polish minister. Thank you.
Dziękuję bardzo. Ja mówię po polsku, but not at that level of...
You can continue. You can continue.
I speak Polish, says the commissioner, but
Why are their desks so short?
well.
Or is this guy just really tall?
In English, and I'm sure that Michał will do it in perfect, beautiful.
He must be really tall.
Polish. on your first question on the countermeasures, as you know, this is the process.
Keeps bringing up on the treasury basis trade. It's what's really going on. It's the Fed sucks out liquidity. It's not trade, regardless of what they say. Won't say it again. Trust me or not, it makes no difference to me. Dead on the treasury basis trade. All right, there's some homework for us.
From the stakeholders, and today I think that we had this last high-level political discussion, and I think what was very important is
A little green in the market here.
there was strong perception of unity, and also on the need to
See where we bounce to.
because I think we clearly demonstrated that
I keep having in the back of my mind, you don't have a Black Monday, you don't call for a Black Monday before Black Monday happens, right? Like, Kramer is not Babe Ruth pointing to the fences. So what wouldn't it be poetic if today we just have a face ripper, like dead cat bounce kind of day? Like, that's pretty. Is it not more likely? Like when he said, "Prepare for Black Monday," I was like, "Well, bottom's in."
At a certain time, I understand that they're reflecting on many of the issues, and despite of all discussions we had, we have seen.
I mean, to be fair, we are down 3% to open, so maybe everybody's right.
And therefore, I think we have to proceed with adopting our
48 was nimble zone. Yeah.
Here
I think Nick woke up early this morning to buy there. I woke up 3 times last night in anticipation of trading today. I did not like that feeling. NWTG setting up, maybe.
WTO methodology. Second part will kick in 30 days later, so we're talking about the 15th of May. Here we are talking about the response, the countermeasures to the steel, aluminum, and derivatives tariffs. But of course, since they've been imposed upon the EU,
He went to sleep at 6? Jeez.
Tariffs on cars.
We're starting to see some buying here across the board.
And I would underline the word.
After your GameStop GME share seeing continued activity, new highs for GameStop.
This forces us
Can GameStop about to break Friday's high?
This would be something we still need to reflect
All right,
on, and
maybe
we got
GameStop's a player today.
Input from the member states, from the ministers, which we
Should be
of course
sleeping well.
evaluate
Each
and
trade
will
won't let you
proceed
trade away.
as
I know, it
always
was
with
like,
consultations with our member states, and
it's not a good feeling because I didn't trade Friday, like I said, or most of the Friday, so I missed all the craziness late in the day because I was getting my beautiful haircut that only like 3 of you commented on, so screw you all. But
Thank you for the question. The question on
when you miss that kind of a move, you're like, you don't have the vibe, man. You don't have the feeling. All right, we might have a trade here. GME coming up. Friday's high. Does have levels. See if we get something out of this. Thank you, Demjin.
May sometimes wish to address
Flow
the
me.
voters,
Okay.
and then they are a bit harder in how they formulate their thoughts or
1044.
outline direction. But today we saw a real unity.
On NAT,
Well, it
Nordic
wasn't
American
quite
Tanker
obvious.
says
It
the
could have
Hansen
gone
family
about
buys
differently,
more
but
shares.
there was the unity. All member states obviously would like to avoid a trade war. All member states would like us
Thank you, Mr. Gen X.
to be able to negotiate the specifics, like the Commissioner has said. But, as people often say, it takes two to tango. Everybody also...
The ding isn't real. Yeah, sorry,
wants
it's
to
my scanners.
avoid any rash
I can't turn it
actions.
off because I
There was a common feeling of
kind of don't. I
responsibility.
kind of need it.
We want to give ourselves some space to talk to the citizens, to talk
Here, I'll turn it
to
off, I guess.
entrepreneurs
Sorry, I know it's
about
loud.
The results that the tariffs will
SJ,
bring
your hair looks so
to
nice
Europe.
today.
And
Thank you, Pound and Ground. Glad you noticed.
That's a good NVIDIA. This week's $100 calls coming in active for NVIDIA. Share see new highs.
Market has lost $5 trillion in just 2 days, and the week has only just started. So it looks like these solutions are not good for the American economy either. So again, I can only stress the unity that we cared so much about.
Philip, then can...
Philip Blankenship from Reuters. Commissioner, you have said, and obviously President von der Leyen has mentioned this offer to the United States of zero for zero tariffs. Can you tell us when that offer was made, and can you give us some sort of sense of how the US has reacted? Obviously, your last talks, I think you described as frank. And another question, obviously the United States is now targeting 380 billion euros, I think you said, of goods. Clearly, the EU imports of US goods are below that level. So does that mean that any sort of reaction would need to go beyond goods in terms of countermeasures?
We put call before
Thank you very much, Philip, for this question. I can tell you that we've been exploring all these possibilities.
For me today. Yeah, I already did one on Twitter.
Personal meeting with Secretary.
If one of the mods want to get one for today, go ahead and hit it.
February, if I recall correctly. And for the first time, then we've been exchanging as the two most important trading partners.
CXAI. Trying to see what somebody. Okay. QSG about to do a daily cock. It kind of did it. No volume on it though.
We have to face together, and we've been comparing the notes. And as you know,
Something to watch.
The
NWTG 5 minute.
Where they introduced on the 2nd of
now my trading view's all screwed up. Holy jeez, there's some volume. We see this a lot when volume gets kind of crazy in the market. Retail platforms start to suffer pretty hard.
Pharmaceutical industry, steel, metals, lumber, and semiconductors. And it was quite clear that they would pay special attention to these five categories, and especially I understand the cars is of a big
JNVR halted up, nice.
Significance to our American partners. So we've been comparing the
still hanging around that dollar. NWTG 5 minute.
On the whole segment of the car industry.
NVIDIA $100 calls. Not surprising.
This is the issue.
We saw this Friday though. We saw the market try to fill the gap early, and then we know what happened later on. So nothing out of the ordinary yet.
If you look at pickup,
if you see late day buying, okay, that's a different thing.
Then the tariffs from the US have been much higher. I think, if I recall correctly, up to 25%. So in the past there was a balanced in this element between different categories of the cars. But I said if this is the issue,
This is Friday's high, 85
let's
here.
explore the possibility how we can push
Watch for the 23 break.
these tariffs down to zero, as we had for
Give us one more
goods
pullback.
until April.
I mean 24
April
break.
the 2nd.
Ooh, look at the look at the shares there.
The boost for the car industry from
GME trying to pull us out of
and of course since that we had
a doom and gloom scenario, leading the way, leading the charge.
many hours together, and I can tell
This
you
is just
that, when it comes to this segment, I said we are ready to discuss
What, GME?
zero for cars, but we are also ready to discuss zero.
Where have you been? That's all GME knows.
Members continue to watch these markets. The volatility
All it knows is
continuing
down.
throughout the morning. Initially saw a downtick to markets 3, 4, 5% down. Now we're seeing a strong
about to
upside
go
move.
green.
No headline for this
That's one
volume
that would
upside.
probably be in high
All three
demand.
indices now down less than
TNXP
2.5%.
coming up. Daily cock on that. That's what I've been watching for.
Foremost, through expression of the fact that we are allies and that we
Putting that in the swing. This is one that I've been waiting for. Is the daily cock on TNXP.
of the future. So I hope that in a future we would be ready to come back to this discussion. Not now. I believe that in the future this would be still the possibility.
This is the first daily cock since
Please go ahead, Camille.
March 26th. That over here. Jimmy juicing. Give me a pullback, Jimmy.
Working? Okay. Thank you so much. Camilla is from Politico. So my first question would be to
Trading View
Commissioner
takes
I'm
10
wondering
plus seconds to
whether
load
you
a chart.
Open to delaying the entry
That's
into
where we're at
force
right
of
now.
the EU's countermeasures on steel and aluminium, as requested by Italy, to give more time, for instance, to the negotiation on the industrial.
Let's go,
goods deal that you
Davey.
just
That's the kind of
mentioned.
energy we need in here.
And so this morning during the doorsteps, we also gathered
Kodak
a lot of
juicing,
different
everything's
views
juicing. Look
when
at
it
this
comes to hitting
scanner.
trade and services.
Like the only things that are on the low a day scanner
also
are the
potentially
inverse
securing
plays.
the
So the inverse Tesla, inverse
I was
Nvidia,
wondering
inverse
what
VIX.
discussed today and whether there was
It's the only things that are hitting the scanner. Inverse China. Is that what that was?
I think your second question is also the question I forgot to answer to
Freaking
Philip in previous
Yeah. China bear. So the inverse plays are the only thing that's hitting scanners right now on the downside. This is all just bullish right now. We'll see if it holds up.
The way how we propose these countermeasures.
NWTG 5 minute, the 1 minute MACD I don't like.
The entry into force, and therefore we follow our legal process. And as I said,
ES 4970. I mean SPX 4970.
on Wednesday,
NWTG 5 minute here is 18 level.
we will proceed with the
There's your
15th of
break.
April.
I would expect high a day
On the second point,
if it can hold it.
on the question also
And you can
from
get this
Philip,
MACD to cross.
Indeed, you rightly pointed out that currently the U.S.
Still waiting on the GME
Coming
pullback.
up, the CB employment trend.
SPY prediction up.
Talking about 380 billion.
Are you not buying some yellow calls right now? I'm very hesitant. I'm not. I mean, only taking like what 2 trades this morning.
Very massive.
So it's like
not in a business to going.
I'm getting a feel for things. Getting a feel for things. I didn't trade Friday, so I'm just like,
Of course, would consider what are all the other instruments which we have on
previous
the
day
table.
low highs. Yep.
And
109.03 versus 108.56 prior.
Jimmy's still juicing.
On the CB employment trends index.
The presidency to Michał to describe them, because he's representing the whole EU member states. What
Buffett turned on the buy button.
For the
I
position
don't know.
of the Commission
Haven't
is
heard
that
anything
at
out of
this
him yet.
stage, we are ready to
NMAX with a casual flat top here at 43 might break, or I mean 48, and it just did. I'm too slow.
We have at our disposal.
That was a good one.
Thank you very much. Let me first address the question about the delay, because I think that's something that
I went small in this trade because I knew that it would just do that.
Particular member states or their
Spreads
proposal. There was a
suck.
sense in the room of
Dude,
not being
my
trigger happy.
trading view
American
is
speak,
so dicked.
Talk first, shoot later, if anything, not the other way
Oh
around.
gosh, stop it.
There was a
These
clear
spreads,
sense and
50 wide.
preference
Come
for
on.
responsibility and taking a responsible measure of the impact that U.S. tariffs will have on European businesses.
JMVR still halted, waiting for that to come out of halt. GME finally giving us a pullback.
Our imposition of tariffs will, of course, protect
Dead cat
our
done.
businesses,
We'll
but
see.
At the same time,
We'll see. It did bounce pretty hard there, though.
Commentary by Sky News
there was a sense of
says
responsibility,
it's
but
banking
not,
CEOs, Bank of America,
no one was pushing for just
Citi,
stepping back
Barclays,
and being soft.
HSBC
Everyone
held a
very
call
much emphasized
on
the need
Sunday
for developing a
about the
very
U.S.
clear
tariffs.
Response and Plan B was used many times. To the question about what that Plan B could be, given the size of U.S. Tariffs, again, the emphasis was on proportionality. So, yes, there were various ideas put on the
Big
table.
level here. It better hold, you
Some
son.
countries mentioned services, others didn't. Some countries mentioned
Please?
digital
Nope.
services, others
Didn't hold.
didn't. But as Commissioner said very clearly, there was a sense that everyone is open to having all the tools on the table.
And max 1 minute play
something that it's hard
looks
for,
really good.
perhaps for Commissioner
Out of this.
to say. Very clear sense of
That didn't go
trust
like it should have.
in the way
Cleaning that one up.
Commissioner
And Max, moving over to you.
engaging and preparing the response. So we have everything on the table, and in a responsible,
Hello.
measured way, we'll put a package that hopefully will never have to be used because we'll get to positive negotiations with the U.S. side. Thanks.
Spreads suck on this thing still.
Thank you very much. Yes, Jorge, then Joanna, and then Manuel.
Jorge Valero with Bloomberg. Question for the Commission and the President, of course, if you want to comment as well. First, on these all options that are on the table.
Yeah, it's a little too much of a pullback, though.
By some delegations is the anti-coercion. But first there needs to be coercion. So my question is if the Commission currently considers that there is coercion so far by the measures announced.
MLGO
by the
coming up
US
to 20.
administration. And secondly, the Navarro, member of the U.S. administration, has said
JMBR open.
that the offer to lower
Straight into a
tariffs,
second halt.
it's a good but small start, I think is the word that he used, and he keeps insisting on the U.S. administration.
MLGO
keeps
over
insisting
20
on the
now.
barrier issues.
50-cent
including the
spread.
VIT. So my question is if you are willing, if the Commission is willing to discuss these non-tariff barriers, for example, agri-food standards, tech rules, or even the VIT. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Max,
Thank you
1
very
minute
much.
here.
At this stage, I wouldn't go into the precise definitions or the speculation on what kind of instrument we would use or how we would describe the reasoning for use of this or that instrument. As it was rightly pointed out by
Spread just hard to exit.
the negotiations, therefore also our response is very gradual. We are just reacting to steel and aluminium. I think it's very incremental. It's kind of stretched over the time because we want to create also the necessary.
Trump says this is not sustainable. The United States can't lose $1.9 trillion on trade.
Outcome for everyone. But at the same time, until now, despite of efforts and opening, we haven't seen the real engagement which would lead to the mutually acceptable solution. Because it has to be fair for both sides. And what was happening right now, from one side we share with the US
Pushing 50 on NMAX.
understanding of the importance
JNVR, did that false halt and then halt down?
We are actually
Wow.
aiming at the same goals to reindustrialize Europe.
Massa still holding 1 right now. That's something to look for. Maybe a curl.
Technologies where we have to find dangerous dependencies, when we are talking about critical raw materials, when we are talking about semiconductors, or to tackle the
CXAI.
overcapacities in the steel sector. We just adopted the steel action plan, so I can give you from the top of my head, in a negative sense, very, very impressive figures, how much
What's
of
up, Alvin?
capacity of the steel
Alvini, I mean.
production we lost over 10-15 years. So we understand the reasoning for that, but we don't understand why we should be the addressee of such a tough measures from the US. And we still believe that as allies, the best way to sort this out would be negotiations and would be mutually acceptable settlement. If it comes to the non-tariff barriers, I can tell you that we spent quite some time and energy to explain how the VAT works, that we are not only one. There are more than 160 countries which is using VAT. VAT is important source of income for our
MLGO,
states.
still
This is
juicing.
how we fund our state budget and
Surprised
we are going
AREB
to
is doing
change
nothing.
Our VAT system. If it comes to other areas, we are of course prepared to talk, to explain.
My trading view is so broken right now.
Commentary out by
This thing.
EU's Seskovich says
Nothing's
the
loading on
VAT
it.
is an important source of
Completely
income
broken.
of EU member states,
Part of the
and we
reason why
will
I'm not
not
taking too many
change
trades
our
either is
VAT
like I'm
system.
flying blind here.
Every year. And we are also very important investor in
30-second fill on DOS. That's got to be TOS too, then, huh?
Of course,
Jeez.
the appropriate treatment.
What's the market doing?
And approach as the biggest trading partner in this case rightly deserve. So we are ready to discuss, to look at things, but it has to be a mutually advantageous solution. We know that US has some questions towards us, but I also was presenting the list of different blocked products from EU provenience towards US, which some of them are in the drawers for quite some time. So I think that the best thing for this would be that the two biggest economy and two allies would sit together and solve these problems through the negotiations. That's clearly our preference.
Just really quickly to the question about to the comment of Mr. Navarro.
It's a big level.
On one hand, it's great to
See if we keep juicing here or not.
I really fondly remember our conversation before the last council, off the record, and where we could freely speak. Looking forward to one in the future as well. But to what Mr. Navarro said, on one hand, I understand that the Americans did not emphasize VAT as much in their so-called reciprocal tariffs, which is a good thing. But perhaps one could read his statement as a beginning of an openness to negotiations that we really do need, given how mutually beneficial this strongest economic relationship has been for both sides. Again, this
BJDX,
is
that's a pop.
the global economy. It's not the
hell, man.
Relations. It's not the
High as 10.
China relations. It's really the transatlantic economic relation is the pillar of the global
85.
economy. What I would want to add something that
Did I just buy the top? Looks like it. Yep.
Maros mentioned the reindustrialization.
Oh, SJ's in. Cuck 'em! Cuck 'em!
Was one other aspect that almost every member state pointed out to, is that this tough moment is an opportunity for us
This is
to
a spot.
look into European single market and make sure that we complete the single market. Use this as an opportunity.
NMAX is absolutely flying.
loss
BJDX.
from those tariffs.
Oh, okay. So E-Trade, see, this is where E-Trade dicked me. This candle actually broke this level already. So I was buying.
I take a Newsmax
breakout
and
there.
MAX. You're seeing spike in activity, new highs, November Michael Alpha X-ray.
Son of a bitch. Like, seriously.
Work can be done here, and that's something that is
Spy
not,
pumping.
Maros's
Yeah.
homework. It's something that is done by
NVIDIA
Stefan
juicing.
Journet in his portfolio that includes also the simplification and the
Pretty big level.
that goes really.
Remember seeing another very sharp uptick in markets. Nothing specific headline-wise for this move higher.
Out how to deal well with the challenges by also looking at competitiveness and completion of the single.
Like for the laggards, yeah, that was one of them. Damn.
Thank you. Joanna, you still have a question?
We're getting plus 1,000 on the tick.
Hello, Joanna Sypińska for MLEX. Dzień dobry. Two questions. First of all, about still the EU position. I wonder if you could say what should happen on the US side for the EU to drop or delay its retaliation for the so-called reciprocal tariffs. And for a change, a question on China. Based on what you discussed today, could you say maybe where the EU was going or is going with its relationship with China? Is it the right moment to...
Circulations from commentary from Hassett. Talk of a possible 90-day pause in tariffs. That's being circulated.
Okay.
Once again, being circulated. Talk of a possible 90-day halt in tariffs.
Where did that come from? He was just on TV an hour ago. Dang, I don't believe it. He was literally on TV an hour ago.
S&P futures spiking to the highs now.
Yeah, I don't believe that news.
I have to say that we haven't started.
Under ex-U.S. steel note, White House is out with a briefing review of proposed United States Steel Corporation acquisition. Letter X starts seeing spike in activity, new highs.
Oh, X with some news, huh?
And was engaging from the moment.
NMAX halted. Newsmax halted on a circuit breaker.
With our American
at the highs now, up 26%
NMAX.
NMAX.
About our openness to talk, but also about the possible reactions if we simply would not arrive at the positive negotiating outcomes. Of course, the easiest step here would be if the US would suspend the tariffs against the EU. And they will engage with us in genuine
shares of Nvidia popping here to the highs, 106,
to look at everything because
$100, 85 cents NVDA.
Once again, members, as we mentioned, there is discussions of a possible 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China. This being
Oh, get wrecked, China.
circulated from Hassett now. Earlier discussions of posted in the news desk, but now discussions of a possible 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China. This is being circulated by comments out by Hassett on this volume pop.
Looking at the ways how to lower or get rid of the tariffs, as we suggested on cars and industrial goods in February. And
we'll see if this is true or not.
Our efforts on that effort, how to create this transatlantic marketplace.
Dude, look at this. It's show my charts are showing Nvidia at 101, and it's clearly at 99. This is how dicked my platform is right now.
Allies.
I shouldn't be trading this.
I think that my visit there.
This is ridiculous.
Really guided by the fact that we need to re-engage with China. It's our third.
X U.S. steel shares seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Letter X.
If it comes to the volumes of.
No, Trump is considering 90-day pause
halted down. Wow. Wow. Yeah, that would be the play, is shorting the VIX volatility, shorting volatility.
As a first member of the new commission to set up this new course.
Members are seeing continued strength. As you mentioned earlier, now it's hitting wires. We were hearing discussions of a possible 90-day halt on tariffs circulating. Now we had the confirmation that commentary out by Hassett. Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China.
And of course,
it's being discussed now, and seeing the volatility in these markets.
Right now, of course, I would be very much encouraged if the discussions which we had would lead.
All right, let's see if the market continues to believe this. We will absolutely moon if there's a pause. We will absolutely moon if there's a pause. Especially a 90-day pause, except China.
The very tangible deliverables. I'll be of course very happy to share it with the member states, but also
and Max juicing like crazy. Holy jeez.
Representatives of the media. If it comes to battery electric vehicles, again, describe the methodology.
We should see insane buying right now if the market believes this rumor. Geez, is this confirmed? Did Hasek say that? You got to be careful with this kind of shit because big boys are trying to, if they're trying to get out, this is the kind of bullshit rumor that would come out so that retail buys and they're selling into you. Like 100%, you got to be careful.
So this is what we've been proposing also at the end of the last year. Hopefully this time when I had the chance to explain it in greater details.
Like look at this, E-Trade's showing this is down right now, where I know the real chart is up here.
We will be able to rediscuss this topic.
Let's sell half just to lock in something.
Let me just weigh in very briefly on the China question.
Trade show has true colors. Yeah, it's ass. Shocker, right?
The fact that we have real challenges with our partners.
Members, keep in mind on this Hasek commentary, we're still waiting to see specific headlines in regards to this move higher.
Sources X only.
This is being circulated across all wires.
Is official.
That we've been watching.
Careful, guys. Careful on this shit.
In regards to the
this
move,
is the kind of garbage the big boys play.
Some commentary regarding Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China.
There is as Commissioner said, there is a great opportunity in this relationship.
He's the Treasury Secretary.
Now, there is a lot of imbalances. We discussed the growing trade deficit that is growing very, very fast. We have discussed.
All right, I'm out the rest of that NVIDIA trade just off of the chart. It's pulling back now.
And Commissioner made a very clear readout of the honest conversation, so I'm not going to go into the details, as well as a clear plan forward. But again, the fact that we have problem with the one partner, with the transatlantic partner, doesn't mean that the challenges and problems with China just went away. Thanks.
Thank you. So we will have two last questions. So it's Manuel and Kim, and we will have to wrap up.
Hello, Manuel Gomez, El País. Well, my question is for the Commissioner. Several ministers have said this morning before the meeting that it's necessary to listen to the markets, these black days on the markets. Well, I'd like to know if you share these words and if you think that these black days...
Members, that has that headline being sourced out regarding CNBC. That's what's being circulated now, and that has it. Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries except China.
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, this is kind of
the sourced out now is CNBC.
For the markets, I would say all over the world, because I mean we have seen the plunge in U.S. stock markets, but
in the ass, yeah, it's all jacked up. It's all jacked up. The level 2 is right. It's at 97.5. The chart is completely dicked.
CNBC also saying that the White House is not confirming this, but they are saying that that is what's being mentioned from CNBC.
Paradigm shift in global trading patterns since the Second World War. That's what has happened.
I'm telling you, man, you got to be careful on this shit. I'm telling you, man. What I freaking tell you. You got to be careful. You can play the pumps, but man, there's going to be some big shit. I mean, imagine you're trying to get some liquidity to get out, and you're a big boy. Let me put a rumor on Twitter that so-and-so, anonymous source, said 90-day pause. We literally just heard Trump say, don't be weak. It'd be a big 180 in an hour for him to say differently. Is it out of the question? No. But an hour later, seems a little sus.
So these are I would say, the debates which are now taking place, I would say, all across the world. And
Bill Hackman.
be it in Europe, be it in US, and I'm not even going to tell you the
All right.
distressed phone calls we are
So
getting.
take the deep breath, trade the chart now, get rid of anything we just heard, and just trade the chart.
By the lack of development aid and
Keep your ear to the ground for the next one.
very high import tariffs. So this is, I think, reflected.
It would be a bit of the art of the deal to blanket, hey, this is terrible, and then just like psych, and everybody's like, whew. And when in reality, we're still dicking China hard. And that's like the big one.
We would prefer negotiations.
The market would moon probably.
Solutions, because we know what kind of impact this might have on the real economy and on the real people. And therefore you see
It would look
that
pretty
we are
weak
really,
though.
Progressing step by step in this regard. But I wouldn't go to
Panicking. Yeah, he just did say tweet that. He did tweet that. So yeah, that's why my spider senses tell me some big boy put out that headline.
Thank you. And the last
some
question,
bullshit.
please.
PRTG coming up to the Daily Cock there. Oops, sorry about that. Got the wrong screen on.
CNBC with the from Eamon Jabber says nobody here at White House has no idea of a 90-day pause.
Shares of Wayfair halted on a circuit breaker. Letter W.
Told you! I freaking knew!
Palantir halted on a circuit breaker. UAL halted on a circuit breaker. Letter X halted on a circuit breaker.
Watch the VIX spike back up. Watch for the VIX. Shit.
Are things like that still on the table?
Years of wisdom,
and have you brought any of that
and
up in
chat.
the discussions that
So
you've had?
called it.
And just a very quick separate question. For the revised list of retaliatory tariffs, the one that is coming
Yep.
soon,
Way to go, Cheese. Cheese had the right idea too. All the vets here, they had the same idea. I know I'm the vocal here and you can hear me say it, but all the vets here knew.
will it still be at that level?
All the vets here knew.
Thank you very much for your question. If it comes to your inquiry of what we are bringing to the table, at first I have to say that from the outset we have clear difference of opinion about the figures if it comes to our trade, because our figures, I believe that they are very precise, saying that indeed United States have trade surplus of 154
Look at the VIX
billion
spike
euros.
right back up.
But at the same time, we shouldn't forget that trade in services
Holy shit.
is a strong feature of U.S. businesses, and here the United States of America has a surplus of 104 billion euros. So altogether, in the deficit in a trade of goods and services, because this is the category which is, I would say, internationally recognized, we have a deficit of 50 billion. Compare it to 1.5 trillion. So we are talking about like 3% of our turnover. On top of it, I would add that we have mutual investment in the realm of 5 trillion euros, and around 300 billion euros is flying over Atlantic Ocean every year, and the investment from the savings account and pension
CNBC
funds
knows the
from
original.
Europe,
Yeah, man, we're still in a freaking world where being first is more important than being right. BJDX coming back up.
even going into
Halted up. Wow.
the direction of billions, the U.S. companies.
Dude, that is so criminal.
From online advertising.
David Jabbers on CNBC says no indication from here that the president is willing to blank on tariffs.
No shit! He literally came out an hour ago and said, "Don't be a panicking."
Lower again now, down 45.64.
Supply chains been kind of factoring in the fact that the tariffs between two us been.
I need to sell my Roth plays. That's what I want to do. Because this was my opportunity to get out for profit on them. What do I have in there?
It was unfortunately around 1%.
5? Yeah, we're going to get out of those. Holy jeez, that was some manipulation. Manipulation.
Two different angles. Of course, if you have to look for the
gosh, that's so disgusting. It's so disgusting. It's so gross. And whoever ran it at CNBC was told to run it at CNBC because they knew, because they got some kind of skin in the game. You only run that bullshit when the source is something on Twitter, unless you're told to. Cocksuckers. And I mean the kind of cocksuckers that don't like it.
And of course, we could go into the greater details in a discussion.
That is so dick, man.
To have critical raw materials, semiconductors, and many other issues. So if we know that this is the issue, I think then we can sort it out very quickly. But my feeling is at this stage more of a, I would say,
Drownsy, let's go, bud.
The decision of U.S. administration to kind of transform.
I'm like kind of shaking inside of how criminal that is.
As a corrective measures for many of the political goals, which I'm sure the U.S. administration can describe much better than I do. Then, if it comes to the volume of the countermeasures, you've been right that if it comes to steel, aluminium, and derivatives, so here we are talking about 26 billion euros. We are finalizing the list tonight, so it would be for me premature to say, but I can tell you that it will not be up to the level of 26 billion euros because we've been listening very carefully to our member states. We wanted to make sure that the burden is spread fairly among all member states. And as I said, we are not in the business of tit for tat or penny for penny. We do this because we are forced to by these measures coming from. We still hope that in the end we will be coming to the
focus, SJ. I'm so pissed.
Thank you.
I mean, that stuff is to be expected. Like, I'm not surprised, but it's so dirty. Like, how many retail that have, like, I'm just thinking of, like, my friend that had the decision today, friends, that they're already down.
And it's a little bit of a question.
And they're like, should I sell or not? And
commentary via social media by a well-followed
the mind of President Trump.
Person who provides headlines says CNBC, no one at the White House is aware of a 90-day pause, but commentary in regards to a post by CNBC says that Trump is considering a 90-day pause in tariffs for all countries.
A little late there, bud. To do it now to where retail is on the brink of like trying to figure out, should I sell or should I not? And then retail just saw this huge juice in price. It's probably saw that headline, maybe. Pause in tariffs, 90 days, right? And then it didn't sell. Only to just absolutely watch 5 minutes later, the thing just dump because it's just a fake rumor at best right now. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Just so some asshole can liquidate their position. It's disgusting. I'm so pissed. I'm literally pissed off right now. It's their choice not to sell or not. I know, but I feel bad because retail doesn't know any better. I get it. And that was their opportunity to sell, and maybe they don't get it back because of some asshole lying. Bike rat, thank you for the sub. Drowsy, thank you, my man. I know we have a lot of new peeps today. We do this all the time, and we do this for a living. Been doing it for 13 plus years now, full time. We're a group of traders. We're not trying to sell you anything. We're trying to help each other make money. We can have differing opinions on everything, but at the end of the day, we're having beers.
White House says unaware of 90-day pause. Rumor attributed to White House advisor Hassett says one thing, and the White House is saying something else.
Hassett hand calls. So, yeah, thank you for all the follows. I know we're having a lot today. Appreciate it. Hopefully this group can help make people help inform you to help you make better decisions. When none of us are financial advisors.
My job supports my trading.
It's funny. Hopefully, I forgot what the stupid parrot just threw me off. I don't know what the hell I was going to say. Oh, I'm not a financial advisor, so I'm not legally allowed to give financial advice. I can't tell you what to do with your money. I can just tell you what I'm doing with mine and the setups I see. And when you push a buy and sell button, you're doing it on your own. So I was asked earlier about my buy and sell signals with the market, and I'll do that right now since we got a freaking 1,000 people here. And this is what helped me avoid my big indicator. And I know if you've been here for any amount of time, you've seen me talk about this nonstop. We've already talked about it one time today, but my big indicator of when to buy and when to sell in this market is when the 9 EMA crosses the 21 EMA. These are moving averages, exponential moving averages. This red line is the 9. This yellow line is the 21. When they cross, when the 9 goes under the 21, when the red crosses under the yellow, that's my sell sign. If you look back in history of when those times happen, almost every single one of them would have saved you a big drawdown. This is the only exception for the past 20 years. This one crossed in October of 2023. What happened here the very next week or day, really? Jay Powell comes out and saves the day. He changed the narrative. He said, we're going to start cutting rates, and the market juiced. This is the only time that did not work. I sold here, and I bought back here when they crossed back up. So I missed out on a little bit, but we were Gucci after that. Before that was January of 2022. This is the Russian invasion. If you look back, and if you would have sold here, you would have stopped yourself from basically.
But even CNBC says fake news on earlier headline.
Anyway, that's your sell sign, my sell sign. 27% drop. CXEI getting the daily cock there. This one, they don't happen too often. This is 2020. This is COVID, right? If you would have sold here, top to bottom, it's 35%. If you would have sold here, you would have saved yourself 30%.
Here's my month Bezos donation. Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room so we can do it all night.
I'm down.
You can make me feel right.
I'm down. Call me. Especially if feet are involved. So this one right here, this is 2018 covered. Top to bottom, pullback was 20%. What changed the narrative? Fed cutting interest rates to 0.
CNBC now says the White House says 90-day pause in tariffs is fake news.
Fucking knew it, man. Knew it! If you would have sold here, you would have saved yourself 16%. Before that, this one is a little...
Again, the White House saying the tariffs news is fake. The tariff pause is fake. That's from the White House.
It's freaking criminal. This one's the only one that was a little bit of law. I can't remember what the 2015 because we had a cross down and then crossed up and then crossed down before it finally crossed back up and juiced. But there was significant drawdowns here from top to bottom. This is 15%. This is 14%. I mean, if you would have gotten out when they crossed, you would have saved yourself 12 there.
ABC News reporting business groups and lawyers preparing
Back here,
legal challenge to
2011.
tariffs.
I think this was recession worries. 21%. Back here, 2010. This one would have been a little harder. That's a 17% move overall. If you would have gotten out when they crossed, you would have saved yourself 10%. This one, this is the big one, right? This is the housing market crash, 2008.
S&P futures.
If you would have gotten out of the market when they
earlier
crossed to the
spike,
downside,
as the White House
you
saying
would
that
have
the
missed the
pause on
entire
tariffs
housing
news
market
is fake.
collapse. The entire housing market drawdown. And before that one, this is 2000, the year 2000. This is the tech bubble. If you would have gotten out when they crossed, you would have missed 47% pullback. So this is my sell indicator. And on the flip side, when the moving averages cross back up, that's my buy signal. So they cross back up here, 9 over the 21. Right there. This is the year 2003. Golly, 3 years down.
Don't forget to share the results of fantasy today and the downfall of Blackhawks Tua. The people must know.
Listen, we'll get there. Okay, I don't want to hear it. Anyway, like I was saying, when it crosses back up, that's my buy sign. If I would have bought here when it crossed back up, I mean, until it really crossed back down, which I guess is right there, kind of faked you out and got back up again. But you're talking about, I mean, potentially a huge ass move until it crossed back down. That's 78% with maybe a little hiccup here if you sold and then got back in. When it crossed back up after, this is what? This is 2008. This is the housing market crash. It would have gotten you in May of 09. So you bought that. You would have made 40% move up at its peak, right? If you just went from cross to cross up to cross down, it's 30%. Get another pullback here, and then it crosses back up right here. Cross to peak, it's 25%. This is 2011, cross down, cross back up right here. This one's a big one. This is like huge. 74%. So you get the idea. When they cross down, I sell. When they cross up, I buy. It's the simple method. Now, if I want to time the bottom, I can try that. Like this, right? I did sell here. This was my sell. I did sell here. Part of me was like, is Jay Powell going to save the day? Is he going to come out and say something to where we juice? And all they did was slow down the roll off of their balance sheet. Not enough. And we retested and dropped. So at the same time, it was the red flag, huge BS for me. Business conservative lawyer planning legal challenge to Trump's tariff source. So now we're in a every man for himself moment here, right? The easy button for me is if this 9 crosses back above the 21. It's going to take a lot to do that now. I mean, this is a pretty steep decline. What am I waiting for on the bottom? if I wanted to try to time the bottom and maybe nibble, what would I be looking for? Well, if it was policy, if it was a policy decision that pushed us down, it would be a policy decision that would push us up. That simple. If I don't want to wait for moving averages, I want to try to buy in lower, it would be a change in the tariffs. Whether a pause, we just saw what just even a freaking rumor on Twitter did to the market. Imagine if it was real. Imagine if it was real. The freaking VIX halted down on that rumor. Right? So imagine if we do actually get a pause of some sort, or a deal made, or some kind of, any kind of hope, right? The market juices. Until then, it's taking a shit in its own mouth. Yeah, she said the VIX halted down. I mean, in a blink of an eye, we went from 54 on the VIX to 38.5. Is that EMA week or daily? This was the weekly chart. The one I pulled up was the weekly chart. I based my decision off the weekly chart. So the EMA is whatever chart you're on. So if I'm on a 1 minute chart, those are the 1 minute EMAs. Or I mean, the 9 of the 1 minute chart, the 21 of the 1 minute chart. So this is a weekly chart. So these are 9 EMA, 20 EMA. The 9, the 21, the 50, that refers to the amount of candlesticks it takes into the equation. So when you say 9 EMA, you're referring about the most recent 9 candlesticks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And that's where the moving average comes from, if you didn't know that. 21 refers to the 21 previous candlesticks. 50 refers to the 100 previous candlesticks. 100 average is the previous 100 candlesticks. So it's whatever time frame you're on, those moving averages adjust. So when they do the bearish cross, do you go 50% cash, or what do? I sell it all. I sell it all. I'm 100% cash. Now I'll day trade. Like I took a swing this morning in my long-term portfolio. I'm not going.
Ticker MKDW. Sure, seeing continued heavy activity, new highs. Michael Kilo Delta Whiskey.
I'm not going to hold anything like my VU or anything like that. Now I'm a little bit of a different position than most, right? So some of you, that might be a taxable event. So you have to keep that in mind, right? If you have a rather big position that you're going to sell, that's a taxable event for you. So you need to be prepared. But I'm just telling you what my sell and buy easy button is. All right, we're interesting levels here. Our tick indicator is just sitting at -400, which isn't anything crazy. When you get outside of the 1,000 parameter, that's when I take note, like here.
Headlines out of Ukraine. Ukraine initiating an urgent UN Security Council meeting after Friday Russian strike on Kyiv.
Is the morning go? I haven't taken too many trades. I've taken like 4. I'm really trying to get a feel for things. I think I'm slight red right now. Nothing crazy. Part of it is I haven't been able to trade because my platform has been broke like most everybody's. Seems like it's starting to catch up a little bit. So now we are trying to find the next one. I'm going to keep Benzinga on all day, I know, and Trade Exchange News on all day, because I know we're going to have a lot of people that don't have it. If you're interested in it, these are my two news sources. The squawks you're hearing, they're there. There's coupon codes, blah, blah, blah. You don't have to have it. You don't want it. I do make a small commission on it. Thank you for your $50. But I don't pump things that are not beneficial, that I don't find beneficial. They are great tools. I mean, you can go the Bloomberg terminal route if you've got $30,000 laying around. But if you don't have that, this is the next best thing. I'm going to leave it on all day because news is going to be important today. If you have these things and you don't want to hear the one that you have and the one through stream, mute me on the stream and get in Discord. And that's where we have the voice chat in there. So you won't hear the stream chat. You'll see the visual still. I know you want to stare at me all day. Well, that's why we have it, because lots of people have these news sources and don't want to hear it when I'm streaming it. But they want to hear me too, because they like my voice. For 920 MA, is it price at close or average or what? Not sure what you're referring to, Dad Talk. Try again. It's whenever they close on the week. So, like, for instance, like this, I think it was this week, or it might have been this one. I don't no, it couldn't have been there. It had to be this one. This week, when the market was here, you know, if we were looking at it like this, I think it was this one. It's hard to know. When the market was here, the moving averages were crossed. Or no, it might have been this one. This makes more sense. When we were here, the moving averages were crossed, but we had a Friday rally that actually brought price action all the way up here, and they didn't cross. So that Friday, I was like, okay, I'll hold one more week. And then price stayed low. We didn't bounce up, and then we finally got the cross, and that's when I sold. The Friday of when the cross was confirmed. Look at 10. Is there still signal right? 920. 1016 weekly candle. Is that the date? 1016. So yes. So we talked about this, Keynes. There's one instance where that did not work, and that's this one, right? This is October of 2023. We got the cross, and I did sell. This is one where I did sell. I sold like down here, and I ended up buying back here. Pop quiz. I just talked about it. What happened here that changed this direction? Pop quiz. There you go. Doobie got it. Rate change. Powell comes out and says, we're done raising rates and we're going to start lowering rates. Boom. Change the narrative. Change the policy. That's big, right? We're no longer tightening. And we're going to let loose a little bit. Boom. That changed the game. So yes, I missed out on 3%. Say I just bought the SPY during that time. Say I sold here and I missed out on 2% because the head fake. Well, if I bought back and stuck to my rules and rode it all the way until a couple weeks ago, 36%. Red and yellow, you're 921. Yes, Keynes, that's it. Red is my 9 and the 21 is my yellow. Cheese, a lot of people are talking about that. E-Trade has it correct for some reason, but a lot of people are talking about their bid and ask are dicked up today. Can I warn you when? I'm telling you when I'm going to buy. My buy sign right now is either the flip up on the moving averages or a major policy change. If tariffs brought us down, lack of tariffs will bring us up. So any kind of deal being made probably juices us. And I'll nibble then. I'll go full size when we get those moving averages crosses.
Down 0.3%, NASDAQ slightly up 0.1%, and Russell down about 1.58%.
Yeah, my trading view is so jacked up. It's just now gotten, like if I refresh this, it's going to take another 10 minutes. Like I don't even want to change a ticker because if I do, it's going to take 10 minutes for all the moving averages and everything to pop back up. It's freaking driving me nuts. Am I using EMA or simple MA? So for my smaller term, it doesn't really matter, especially on the weekly chart. It doesn't matter. It's not going to give you a much different outcome. But on my 9, 21, and 50, I use EMA. On my longer term time frames, like my 100 and 200, I use simple.
USO down 2.45%. Initially spiked at the open and has since reversed.
Good questions today. I know there's no dumb questions, so feel free to ask. Use channel points, highlight your message, or you can just at me, or just say the word SJ and it highlights. That's the only things I basically respond to. Otherwise, I'm trying to trade and keep up with chat, which is damn near impossible. We do have a 1-minute setup here on NVIDIA. Boom. USAR are doing well today. I can't believe that mineral played so poorly on Friday. TIVC daily cock coming up. 570 is the level. Spreads kind of suck. But one to watch because it did move well when it moved. Real slow right now. Not really what I want to see. Nice discount. Is it a nice discount on VU or more to come? Who knows? If there's no change in policy, then there's more to come, my guess. All right, I got to get the beeps back on. Sorry.
S&P futures now turning positive again, up about 0.4% for the session.
That was Benzinga. That was a stand-in on Benzinga. Alt bot is like working overtime today.
On RILY. B. Riley Financial announcing private bond exchange to reduce debt by approximately $12 million. RILY.
That might not move this as much as I would hope.
B. Riley Financial, ticker RILY, announcing a private bond exchange and will reduce its debt by approximately $12 million.
I mean, we did see another company kind of pull us off this morning, and it juiced a bit. What are these spreads, man?
Members, being posted in the news desk is a commentary out by Gasparino, Fox Business News. It says, here's why the market, thanks to an apparently erroneous CNBC headline, thought Trump would pause. We're going to post that in the news desk with more color.
Top W. I'll find Trump. All right, so this is the full headline. This is where the headline, I should say, got that rumor from. Kilmeade says, this is to Hassett, would you do a 90-day pause or would you consider that? Hassett says, I think that the president is going to decide what the president's going to decide. There are more than 50 countries in negotiation with the president. We've got the Prime Minister of Israel coming today. We had a reach out overnight from Taiwan. But I would urge everyone, especially Bill, to ease off the rhetoric a little bit. The fact is that a 10% baseline tariff is on about 14% of GDP. That's about how much trade we have, how many imports. And so 86% of GDP is affected by the deregulation and the tax cuts and everything else. And even if you think, and I think a lot of us at the White House think that these economic responses are exaggerated by critics, even if you think there will be some negative effect from the trade side, that's still a small share of GDP. Is the idea that it's going to be a nuclear winter or something like that is completely irresponsible rhetoric. That's where that asshole pulled that headline, that 90-day pause is being. Can you see the bullshit? Because a reporter asked a question about a 90-day pause, and Bassett said the president's going to do what the president's going to do. And somehow we get 90-day pause is being talked about in the White House. Nope, completely false. They fabricated this bullshit, fake news bullshit. Gosh, these cocksuckers, man. Question is who told that reporter to ask that question and who was ready to go with that headline right at that exact time. Ah! It's disgusting, man. No, I mean, if you were able to exit on the pop, great. But most people didn't. Because they're like, oh, we're juicing. Hope. So now they're hoping that it goes back up if you didn't exit there. Gosh, it's so disgusting. There's nothing in that question that says, yep, we're thinking about it. Let's just make it up. That is so freaking filthy, man. Yep, that's true, Mr. Battles. We did get insight of what can happen if there's any kind of pause in tariffs in a meaningful way or a deal made or something like that, right? So we see that the market will juice on that news. I mean, it will juice fast. So, all right, back to trading. Gosh, that's so freaking filthy. Hour green. Well, you'll probably start seeing people on CNBC say certain XYZ stocks are just too cheap. They're just ridiculously cheap. They're not going to be affected by tariffs. They are made in America, or blah, 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 reason. And that's what's probably being bought today. The baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater. It did drop, ZBrush. It dropped here. It gave it the move 100% back. So this is where the headline came out. You can see it in the volume. And it gave it 100% back. So now we're just doing normal market stuff.
We can recap on the last.
I mean,
Seems that
just because nothing has changed, like, we can't go down forever. Like even in a downward move, you're going to get bounces. So is today a bounce day? I kind of hope so, because I would love to see Kramer be wrong one more time.
Reuters, which was
like this would be the best
across the
strikeout when you're pointing at the fences ever, as if we are green today. Or it's like a face ripper dead cat bounce. Like that would be perfect. And Kramer will never live that down.
Chaos this morning.
Dude calling for Black Monday, and then we end up like back inside the Bollinger Bands would be. Part of me would love that. Okay. The VIX is dropping pretty hard right now, so Vanguard has emailed clients urging them to resist the urge to deviate from their financial plan. Allah, aka, please don't take your money out of our funds. Did you 2 weeks ago? VIX is still dropping pretty good. We're not seeing euphoric buying though. Tick is minus 600. avoid putting reciprocal tariffs on U.S.? Sheen bomb? Who's that, cheese? Let me look it up. We want to avoid putting reciprocal tariffs on the U.S. Who is this? Claudia. That's Mexico? Okay. 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 Okay, Mexico. See. All right. Still watching that TIVC. Oh, sorry, nothing. That needs to be off the list. HIMS. Can't believe that's green, but here we are. USAR. Gonna bounce. CR. Core weave. Okay. Okay, that is hot garbage. That's off the list. CXAI did pop up earlier. That daily might work tomorrow. We'll have to watch that one. MX. Maybe setting up a 5-minute. MP. I cannot believe that dumped as hard as it did. PRPH. MLGO all the way back down. NMAX building out a 5 maybe. NB off the list. GME not looking so hot. BJDX doing nothing. NWTG nothing. What's this MKDW?
U.S. bank CEOs met with Commerce Secretary Lutnick on Thursday to discuss Trump tariff plan, according to source. Banking Industry Group hosted Lutnick as part of quarterly meeting in which he outlined tariff strategy. CEOs asked Lutnick questions about tariff strategy at Financial Services Forum meeting.
Broke. Mesa still hanging around $1. JMVR building out something on JMVR maybe. See what that 5-minute does.
Members being posted in the news desk will be a link to the White House, President Trump participating in a visit with the 2024 World Series LA Dodgers. Just in case any headlines are, we'll have a link to that in the news desk. That's supposed to start momentarily.
got a bit of a ascending triangle look on X. Yeah, there was a headline out on it, but I can't remember what it was. Oh, I see. Okay. I see the headline. Yeah, I think it's a trade idea. Alert. Spread kind of suck on this, doesn't it? MKDW still juicing. The hell is this thing doing?
Axios reported Trump to hold pep rally for House Republicans and big donors on Tuesday.
Red.
Remember, there's commentary out now by Trump. Yesterday, China issued retaliatory
Trump
tariffs
is
of 34%
warning
on
China
top
of new
their already
50%
record-setting
tariffs if retaliatory duties
non-monetary
are not
tariffs,
withdrawn
illegal
by
subsidization of
jeez.
companies,
Yen.
and massive long-term currency manipulation. Despite my warning that any country that retaliates against the U.S. by issuing additional tariffs above and beyond
I don't even know what
their
I'm in.
already existing long-term tariffs abuse of our nation will be immediately met with new and substantially higher tariffs. Therefore,
I don't even know what
if
I'm
China
in.
does not withdraw its 34% increase above their already long-term trading abuses by tomorrow, April 8th, the U.S. will impose additional tariffs on China of 50% effective April 9th. Additionally, all talks with China concerning their requested meetings
So the
with us
Chinese
will be
issue seeing the
terminated.
heavy activity on that
Negotiations
note.
I can't even see what I'm in at.
which have also requested
I think
meetings
it's
will begin taking place
2507.
immediately.
This is all.
Thank you
this
for your
starts to pick
attention
up.
to this matter. We are seeing a market downtick following these China comments out by Trump.
Trying to cover. I have no idea what I'm covering at. Look how this is all dicked here. More Trump. We're going to go red on that headline.
Once again, members, Trump on that post on Truth Social posted a news desk threatened additional 50% tariffs on China.
Okay. Here we go. I mean, I can't even trade this stuff. It's like, I don't even know where the price really is.
Reuters reporting all talks. Trump says all talks with China concerning requested meetings with the U.S. will be terminated. U.S. will impose additional 50% tariffs on China effective April 9th if China does not withdraw the 34% increase. S&P futures right now are down 84. Dow futures down 890, NASDAQ down 245. Crude is down $1.92 at $60.10. Gold is down 30.40
This is so hard, man,
at
to trade. Like I want to be short
Bitcoin
right now,
futures down 60,
but I don't even know what price is.
78,040.
Retail platforms go to absolute hot dog water when there's this kind of volume in the market and panic selling it or buying for that matter. They just get dicked. Like on my short there on yen, I had no idea where actual price was. I just saw the P&L going up and down, and I was like, okay, I'm green right now. I think it's safe to cover. And I made $200 on it. But yeah. Wasn't the easiest. I thought he originally said in the headline today. Oh, okay. So if if China doesn't drop it by April 8th, then on April 9th, we hit China with 50%.
Trump said negotiations with other countries will begin taking place immediately. Additional 50% China tariffs effective April 9th if China does not withdraw. That's, again, was reported by Reuters.
So in a negotiation stance, this is ballsy, but it also, he's doing it. You do it to China because then everybody else is like, well, now the EU's like, maybe we shouldn't do more tariffs if if they're gonna do China like that. Maybe we don't need to. Maybe we don't need to do that. Maybe he is a little loony. You don't think EU gives a fuck? Well, we're gonna find out. So maybe EU doesn't. EU's like, screw this shit. We can do that too. We're not scared. We're going to find out. We're going to see if anybody swerved in this game of chicken. I think China does care about that, though, because from what I'm understanding, they're like in a recession right now anyway. Like, talk about choking a guy when they're already out. %50 would put China tariffs at 100. I thought they were at 35 right now. I don't know though. Their housing's cooked. Is it 50? I don't know what we have on China. I don't know offhand. Certainly, I thought it was 35, but it could be higher. JNVR played out well. That was nice for those that played it. It was obviously distracted. How can I short made in China stickers? All right. See what this JMVR does out of the hole. You know the noise or draining a critical support 5K. Yeah. No good look right now. I mean, that headline kind of seals the deal. You just basically gave China a red line. So the question is, China has 24 hours to make a deal and not look like they swerved. If they care to make a deal, they might be like, "Fuck you, we're in a recession, we'll bring you down with us." They could say that too. JMVR opened up at 24. Wow. Spreads are $1 wide at times.
That ticker NIO, known exclusive out from Automotive News. CATL is in talks to buy controlling stake in NIO's power unit. That comes from sources from Auto News.
That's not going to move this. That won't move this. I heard exclusive talks. I hit the buy button, but it's just the power unit. It's a 2 billion share float, so I don't expect much out of it. Yeah, someone's selling it, the headline. Horseshit continues. JMVR halting up 25. Nvidia about to tap VWAP here. We're going to see what happens. Markets, this is big ass level. And like Jesus saying, we're kind of just draining here. Yang, directional. So what's the yen at now? Oh, gosh.
A ticker PEV, Papa Echo Victor, share seeing a spike in activity, new highs, PEV.
All right, we'll have to watch this Yang trade. Next news, thank you, Cheese.
Fed's Kugler says so far economic activity data looks positive for Q4.
Wild freaking morning, and I've got so many people blowing me up right now. I'm so distracted.
S&P future is continuing to pull back now, down 118. Kugler said tariff shortages are important to consider when forecasting what inflation will do. New tariffs will be consequential. Have already started seeing some increase in prices. The inflation expectations have moved up, mainly short-term expectations. For now, it's short-run inflation expectations have moved up. For now, long-run inflation expectations were well anchored, committed to 2% inflation target. Kugler said
61.
this is a priority to make sure inflation does not move up. Moderately restrictive interest rates affect households, but inflation also
Got
affects
1 minute on
households
this
in
guy.
a negative way. That's Kugler.
See if this can get a 1 minute play. We'll see. Tapped high a day. It didn't go through it. I got greedy. I should have sold and I didn't. I'm like, oh, it's about to go through high day. I'm gonna take the L. Freaking A! I got greedy. I wanted one more penny and then looking for the juice through here. Nope. There's JMVR still halted. Nice. So China plays. JNVR hit. Oh my gosh. Wow. 29. That's disgusting. Timo, thank you for the sub, my man. Donnie, I see you. A lot of new subs today. Appreciate you guys. JNVR is juice, and I'd like to trade that one, but I'm actually red right now. I was like break even until the last trade, but then I just lost almost 400 bucks on it. Slow going. AREB halted up. Watch that one.
AREB, American Rebel, shares halted on a circuit breaker, Alfa Romeo Echo Bravo. Shares halted on a circuit breaker higher, AREB.
MKDW back through one. Nice 5 minute there. Get that MACD to cross up, you might have something. KDW coming back up. Bollinger Band resistance.
Kugler said paying a lot of attention to labor markets, also paying attention to financial markets and conditions, also paying attention to geopolitics.
AMC is green today. Long-term Bitcoin ETH, different. ETH didn't do anything this round, so they need a catalyst. ETH did jack. Bitcoin, we haven't seen a world, or a season I should say, where Bitcoin didn't have some catalyst ahead of it. So before it was just a new technology. Then it was people buying it and using it for currency, like buying a pizza for 10,000 Bitcoin. Then it was people buying it because they're like, yeah, F the system. And then it was the next group of people buying it that like, oh my gosh, this asset just went from $500 to $20,000. So the FOMO buy for the first time. And then it was the institutions starting to get into the game. And then it was the country starting to get into the game. And now we're in the system where it's integrated into the game. What's the next catalyst? Other countries having a reserve asset of, or a reserve fund of Bitcoin? Okay, so you have one more catalyst. What's the next one after that? I don't know. Maybe it outperforming markets in a market turmoil situation. If that happened, which it's not right now, but if it happened, then it would become like, okay, a safe play? I don't know. So I don't know. I don't know what the next adoption catalyst is. Trump is currently speaking. An earlier feed link provided. Huh? Where's the feed? Oh, there it is.
To the White House.
I got it.
Very special people, actually, very talented people. The 2024 World Series champion,
this is the Mets.
Los Angeles Dodgers.
I mean the Dodgers, sorry.
And I want to congratulate you on a legendary season, and I watched it very closely. Some of those teams were home teams, and you did a big number. You're really amazing how it all came out and how it all ended. With us today is Dodgers owner and chairman Mark Walter. Thank you very much, Mark. Congratulations. President Stan Kasten, one of the greatest managers of the really ever to wear the Dodger blue. Dave Roberts, what a time he's had. That's great. What a job. I think he would have lasted even with George Steinbrenner, right? I love George, but he was very quick. He would, you lose 2 games and you were fired. Great job, Dave. Also want to recognize Secretary of Agriculture.
ARTV getting a pop here.
Rollins, who
Artiva
when I
Biotherapeutics
came to office, they said the eggs are very
shares
gone
up
through
about
the roof.
60% at
I
the
said,
highs
what
on
the hell are they talking
ARTV.
about? I was there for 4 days and they were blaming me for eggs, and they had. They've gone up like 6 times or something, some record number. You couldn't get them. And I gave it to Brooke, and I just saw the other day they're down 73%. Right? That's pretty good. And the press doesn't mention that. Nobody talks about it, so don't, but I know. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez DeRimmer. Thank you. Congratulations. The Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, who's a big Dodger fan, by the way. Susie, thank you. And we have also Representatives Kevin Kiley, Congressman Kevin Kiley, Young Kim. Thank you. Congratulations. Great job. Jay Olbernolte. Jay. Thanks, Jay. Nanette Barrigan. Nanette, where's the... Hi, Nanette. Oh, look at that, huh? What nice outfit. One of my favorite people, Gus Bilirakis, Congressman. Hi, Gus. Addison McDowell, new to the Congress, but doing a great job. Thank you, Addison. A real good baseball player and a friend of mine, Roger Williams. Great job. And another new congressman, but he's been there a long time in a mental sense because he has really done a job and he knows Congress very well. He was with me for 7 years. Brian Jack. Brian, congratulations, Brian. And others, we have a couple of senators here. I just don't particularly like them, so I won't introduce. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team.
ARTV juicing.
ARTV shares up about 70% now at the high.
What did he say?
On increasing volume. Alpha Romeo Tango Victor.
I didn't think it was that big a deal, actually. Washington. Over the course of this amazing season, the members of this team gave us some of the most incredible performances ever seen in the baseball diamond. In all of baseball history, only 6 players have ever hit 40 home runs and stolen 40 bases in a single season. And an elite group known as the 40-40 Club. It's a 40-40 club, and very few people make it. But unanimous National League MVP, Shohei Ohtani. Looks like a movie star.
Dude, that's Shohei's tall.
Future, I'm telling
Isn't
you.
Trump like 6'5" or something like that?
All of those records last
How
year.
tall
Think
is
of it,
Shohei?
all of them. And he did
Or 6'3",
something
I think
even
Trump's
more
6'3",
because
isn't
he
Barron like
became the
6'5"?
first ever member of the 50-50 club. So 40-40
How
is
tall
tough.
is Shohei?
Hitting 54 home runs and 59 steals and accomplished an accomplishment unparalleled
6'4".
in 149 years of Major League Baseball. Think of
Aaron's
that.
8
That's
foot.
just incredible. Even more incredibly, Shohei clinched that achievement in what some have called the greatest game ever. Was it that good of a game? Huh? That was a pretty good game, actually, right there? Is he good?
It's only getting better.
Is he good?
Getting better.
That's scary for a lot of people, huh?
RYTM
Even more
Rhythm
incredibly,
Pharmaceuticals
Shohei
at the
clinched
highs now.
achievement. I mean,
Romeo
it
Yankee
really
Tango
was,
Michael.
and at a time that at an
NDRA
age that
juicing.
nobody ever thought was
What are
possible.
these
On
stocks,
September
man?
19th,
Just
2024,
random pumps.
he did the unthinkable by going 6 for 6. This is a pretty amazing. I didn't realize it was that good. I saw that game 6 for 6 against the Marlins with 3 homers, 10 RBIs,
Company,
and a
early
pair
this
of
morning
stolen
announced that
bases.
they're-
Other than that, it was not a great game. How many people have
Trial
gone
in
6 for 6?
patients with acquired hypothalamic obesity met its primary endpoint.
Maybe a dozen.
That's
Amazing.
Romeo Yankee Tango Michael.
As you know, the Dodgers were down a lot of talent on the mound last season due to injury. The resilient group used 40 different pitchers, the most ever by an eventual World Series championship team. They had to go and get them. I don't know how they got them and where they got them, but they got them because they won. I know you especially miss the heart and soul of the pitching staff, Clayton Kershaw, who is
Dude,
really...
what is this ARTV? What are we doing here?
These are the best-looking people I've ever seen. It's incredible. But Clayton has been unbelievable, and if you look at his records and you look at the stamina, the endurance that he's had, and we're really happy to have him. I'm glad to meet him. I've watched him for a long time. He's a young guy yet, but I've watched. You are a young guy, but I've watched you for a long time. So congratulations, amazing. All year, the Dodgers faced down adversity. You entered the playoffs battered and bruised, but not broken. When you ran out the
This
healthy
dude's
arms, you
jawline
ran
is
out
on
of
point. I don't know baseball,
healthy. They had great
but I
arms.
do know
They
jaw
ran out.
lines,
It's,
and that
it's
one's
called sports. It's called baseball in particular.
chef's kiss.
And pitchers, I guess you could say, in really particular.
That's like
But the
Chad
starting rotation during the National League
jawline.
Division Series, this
Yeah,
scrappy
Giga Chad.
Dodgers bullpen shut out the Padres, saved the season, and forced Game 5. Then key players battled back from midseason injuries to help deliver the National League pennant.
Ohtani.
including
I do know that
superstars
he's
Mookie
freak.
Betts. Oh, is he good?
Pitching, hitting, base running.
Members, some commentary out by Fed's Kugler. Not much in regards to specific comments. Says, I understand the pain that some may be seeing from the increase in prices from tariffs. We don't know how businesses will react, how much of tariff increase they'll pass on to
I've been
consumers.
watching it. I don't want to say I watched him when he was on Boston, but I did. I didn't think that was a particularly good trade when they made it, and I happened to be right. And Max Muncy, I want to congratulate Max. Max. Come here, Max. His arms are very strong when I touch them. I'm used to shaking politicians and hitting their armors like Jello, and now it's like steel. All these guys. But Max, that's great. And
On EFSH
also,
announces
Yoshi
it will request a
Yamamoto.
review of delisting determination.
Still sideways today.
Wow, what great athletes. And of course, series MVP, Tommy Edman. That was an MVP series.
I don't know who these people are. I know Ohtani, that's it.
That's pretty good. That's a lot of talent you had to beat out there for the MVP. But they all had an incredible. Tommy was 407 with 11 RBIs in 6 games. That's not bad, right? That's not bad. Great job. When it counted, too. Next came the blockbuster World Series against another iconic team known as the New York Yankees. I love the Yankees. George was a great friend of mine. He had very few friends, but he was. And if you want to sit for 9 innings with a game watching the Yankees play with George, you were exhausted by the end of the game. It was actually hard work, but we love George. And they're doing a good job, and they're doing well this season, and you're already 9-2. And so you're doing a good job. Maybe you see the same thing over again. In Game 1 of the World Series, Freddie Freeman on a sprained ankle. He's a great player with a broken finger and a broken rib. Channeled Kirk Gibson's legendary walk-off home run in Game 1 of the 1988 World Series. That was a very
Any Dodger fans in here?
game that pretty much everybody remembers. He could hardly swing the bat, but he did. He swung it one time. It was a shot. On the first pitch Freddie saw in the bottom of the 10th, he hit an unforgettable walk-off grand slam home run, the first in World Series history. It's amazing. The Dodgers rode the momentum to win 2 of their next 3 games, placing them on the verge of baseball immortality in a dramatic Game 5, down 5 runs on the top of the 5th. That was a strange inning, I'll tell you, for those Yankee fans. But I'm not saying I was a Yankee fan, because I love these people behind me. But down 5 runs in the top of the 5th with 2 outs and the bases loaded, the Dodgers gave us one of the grittiest half-inning World Series events, showings that anybody's ever seen. Mookie started the rally by beating out a routine ground ball to first, which he's fast as hell. I don't know how the hell you can... Having that speed, isn't that a great thing? I played baseball, but it was sort of slow. I wasn't fast. Driving in the phenomenal Kike Hernandez. Where's Kike? It's a hell of a group. Then Freddie drove in 2 more runs, and Teoscar Hernandez drove in another couple of runs.
And video, get back up to that range. JNVR, anybody playing this one? Halt it up again.
Teoscar, so you're doing well this season too? Yes, that's what I heard. That's what I heard. After a few dominant innings from Blake Trainin. Where's Blake? I heard dominant, right? That's dominant.
These dudes are huge.
Great job, Blake. And the team was crowned the World Series champion against a great team. The Yankees are a great team and always a great franchise. And I guess, I don't know, like 20
Souls,
years
it's a
something,
sports
they've won a
event,
lot,
but he might
probably,
say
maybe
something.
more than
So
any team
that's
in
why we
history
watch it.
Overall. And you might be catching them pretty soon if you keep going. You got a little ways to
So
go.
if you
I
hate the
guess.
Dodgers, then
The
you hate
scouting
this.
report
But
at the start
we're
of
waiting
the
for maybe
series
just a.
said
He
that,
kind of
the
when he
Dodgers
veers
could win
off,
by
you
focusing
know.
on the fundamentals, and that's
Talked about
exactly what
eggs.
they did. You showed America.
For,
that it's
I
not
mean,
about
how do you talk about
individual
eggs at a
glory,
Dodger
it's about
event?
the
I don't
team
know, but he
digging
did
deep
it, so
sprinting right
anything's
through first
possible.
base, and you did that all the time. I watch some games. I love baseball. I don't get to watch as much as I'd like, but you always see a spirit on this team. I think
Talking
a lot
up
of
the
that has to
Yankees
do
in
with
front of the Dodgers,
ownership
yeah.
and the management, frankly. But you see a spirit on the Dodgers that you don't see with a lot of teams. A lot of teams I turn on, I say, oh, let's forget it. When I turn on the Dodgers, I like to watch the team. And now that I've gotten to meet these guys personally, I like it even
This
more.
dude, I don't know who he is not impressed.
After seeing how successfully you've
He's like
begun the
rolled his
season, I
eyes
can tell you
twice.
that, you can plan on being back here. I hope you're going to be back here next year. I don't want to give you too.
Who is this guy? He's not having
I don't want
fun.
to give you too much because
Is he
we wanna
popular?
have
I don't know
a
who it
little
is.
suspense for next year, but I will tell you, we're going to go down. We're going to do something we don't do generally. We're going to run them down really fast. Have a game today? Do you have a game today or tonight? We're going to run them down to the Oval Office, and we're going to show them the fabled Oval Office. And there's nothing like
See
it.
me
And
as
this
broke
wonderful
all over.
owner, one of the greatest owners
Really?
in sports, by the way, from everything I've heard.
Even for, like,
one of the
big boys?
greatest owners in sports, along with your other compatriots, right, fellas? It's a great team of owners, and that's very important. But he said they'd love it, and I think he'd like to do it himself. So we'll get out of here, and we will run. We'll sprint down, and we'll see the Oval Office, which is really something to see, you know? It's funny. People come from all over, the biggest people, the richest people, the most powerful people, and they come and they go into the Oval Office and they just stare. Oh,
I can't take my eyes off of this guy.
They have offices that are the best in the world in many cases, but they love the Oval Office. So with all of that, I'd like to now introduce you to the Dodgers chairman, Mark Walter, to say a few words, and then we're going to follow that up with Clayton, who's going to say a couple of things, and that's a great representative of a great team. Thank you very much. Mark, thank you.
Who is it, Soils? Oh, damn it. Yang's going again.
Very much. We're very pleased to participate in the tradition of bringing champions to the White House. Last season was an incredible season. We won the World Series. Second time in 2020 and since 2020, and only 8 times in our seasons our history.
SUNE, Sun Nation shares at the lows now down 81% after the company announced earlier closing of second and final tranche of registered direct offering.
Our global following has soared.
That is Yamamoto?
Not only from Shohei Ohtani, but also from Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman.
Didn't he pitch just recently?
Alongside
or am I
this
just
on-field success,
recalling something that I
we
saw
have been deeply
a long
immersed
time
in
ago?
our community. Our players and managers have supported have each had foundations and support for communities.
He pitched Friday. I thought I saw that he
Last year,
a Yamamoto's
$100
pitch.
million to help Chicago or LA Fire. And so on behalf of the organization, I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
Has he been in this? Is he? First off, I guess I should ask: is he a foreigner, and not just assume?
Wow, this
but
is
if he is like from Japan or whatever, does he speak English? If not, he might not know what the hell's going on here.
And this group of staff and players behind me today. The 2024 Los Angeles Dodgers season is one that will go down the history books.
He came over before 2023
Always holding a
season.
special
Does he
place
speak
in the hearts
English?
of myself and those there with me.
No.
as
Okay,
well
so
as
he
the
might not
millions
know
of
what the
Dodger
hell's being
fans around
said.
the world. This organization exemplifies what it means
Sister's
to come
English.
together as
So-
one for a greater purpose and to represent something so much bigger than themselves.
All I know is his portfolio still.
The selflessness and humility that
Yeah.
each one of these players and staff have shown over the last year is truly an inspiration. They have constantly
goes
played
Yang.
hurt, switched positions, and taken the ball to put the
Baba
team
through the
first.
105 level.
As a spectator for our championship run last year, I was in awe of this group. Their unwavering confidence, coupled with the selfless pursuit for team excellence, was an inspiration. That is why I'm so grateful to get to speak today on their behalf, as I know none of them would say this about themselves. Moving forward, I hope the 2024 Dodgers can serve as an inspiration to many like they were to me, not just in sports, but in life, remembering to put others before ourselves. It moves a team and a society forward. So thank you for allowing me to speak today, because the story of the 2024 World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers is a true joy to get to tell, and it's because of the extraordinary people that are behind me and their incredible pursuit of excellence. Thank you. And Mr. President, we have a gift for you as well.
JNVR, Janiver, share is hitting now 28.11 off the earlier highs, up about 602%. Company earlier.
Dude, I'm shocked at how tall
announced,
some of those dudes are. I didn't realize they were that big.
Ownership and an offering of $42 million. That's JNVR, just off the highs now.
Still halted.
Remember, it's the Trump ceremony with the LA Dodgers is now over. No commentary yet by Trump.
All right, well, we got eggs. That's all we got. Some egg talk. I'm missing out on this Yang move.
On Shopify, SHOP, coming from TechCrunch, Shopify CEO tells teams to consider using AI before growing headcount. This is from TechCrunch.
SUNE, another pop here, 32.15. JNVR, correction on that. Another pop here, 32.59. That's JNVR, up about 670% now.
$32 was the high there. Oh, jeez. Kind of shocked the market isn't.
Circulations from Dark Web Informer that there's an alleged sale of 348 million Discord scraped messages.
I'm surprised the market's not reacting down right now off of increased rhetoric. EON headline. Breakthrough manufacturing technology of T pigments. I don't know if that's the one that's going to juice it, but you know, it is only 7 cents, so. They're hard to find shit right now. There we go. Got it back. Quick $200 there. Freaking dodging bullets though. Jeez, reverse hard. Nvidia still sideways in a range. Maybe we break out of it soon. I don't know. What time did the move Friday start? Jeez, it really just. I mean, I guess 11:30, huh? But looking at it, I mean, that's definitely. Look at that. Sell algos, and then let's get our price back up, and then sell algo.
Discord messages hacked? Guess my sensual messages with SJ are all out there. In that case, I'm selling pics of SJ's putsy.
Parrot goes on in DM, stays in DMs. You know the rules. NWTG starting to curl. Let's see if it can get over this like $3 level. It's got a window to 320. Nice work, Crazy. Yeah, if you're green in today's market, you're doing good, man. This is not easy. Especially when you have headline risk all over the place, which we've seen multiple times in the first 2 hours here. It's just wild. So I'm not interested in the break of 3. I want to see it break and hold. Gang went to 62. Wow. Gang at 63. Damn. Multiple tests of it. Is there daily levels over here? Not really, huh?
Well, the headline come from Washington Post. Pentagon may turn to SpaceX for military satellites.
I don't know what this is, but damn. Baba is in free fall right now. It's off the list. Baba looks like it's got a date with 100. And max, yeah. What happened there? This is halting up. The hell is
It's a background coming from Axios. Trump issues veto threat on tariff bill. President Trump would veto legislation introduced by lawmakers that would limit president's
New market
authority to
update for
unilaterally
you.
impose
Less than 4 hours
tariffs,
to the close.
according
SP
to
500 down
Axios.
1.83% to 4,981.11. Dow Jones Industrials down.
That's not shocking.
2.24% to 37,455.41.
And WTG coming back up.
Nasdaq Composite down 1.65% at present to 15,331.46. Gold down 1.06% to $3,003.30, and crude oil down 1.94% to $60.79 a barrel. That's your market update.
ZBrush, a reporter could have asked that question on the fly, and he just answered it on the fly. I mean, there's a million ways that headline can come out. But I mean, it's also like freaking common sense. Of course, Trump would veto that.
Coming from Axios, Trump issues a veto threat on the tariff bill.
The question is do they have enough bipartisan support to overturn that veto? You might get it in the Senate, but the House, that'd be tough.
Comments out by BlackRock. Fink says long term, this is more of a buying opportunity than selling opportunity.
I gotta blow my nose real quick.
Fink also says market could fall another 20%, but does not see systemic risk.
just in time to miss my WTG that I've been stalking. Fan-damn-tastic. Let's go different baits. 5 months, homie. Nice little trade there.
Almost 4 years of watching a guy trade in his basement.
You're freaking welcome, wannabe. Wannabe brought up a good point in our DMs. Calm down. I'm going to share that wannabe. He said, this is what we deserve. I'm like, wannabe, what do you mean? He's like, the market. We deserve this. I said, go on. He goes, well, we deserve this. We spent all our money buying butthole coin and chicken dick coin. We deserve this. And we said, it all makes sense now. You're right. We do deserve this. I blame soils. And then he responds to me yesterday. Okay, this is a little overdone. We do not deserve this hard of a beating. And then I reminded him I did not buy butthole coin. But in fact, you did. So this is on you. Watch this STAK. This could get silly. Needs volume, but oh my gosh. BON went. That it. Wow. All right, 7.5 was my level.
Members, more commentary out by Larry Fink. Sees zero chance of 4 or 5 Fed interest rate cuts this year. Also says sees a chance of potential interest rate rise.
PRTC, that is Pure Tech Health. They're confirming ongoing discussions with Nordic Capital regarding possible cash offer for entire share capital, with a decision expected by May 5th, 2025. That is Papa Romeo Tango Charlie.
Wasn't this halted for news?
JNVR, Janover shares down to the new high of the day, up 644.1% to $28.83 a share. It just recently resumed trading after a circuit breaker. That is Juliet November Victor Romeo.
BlackRock did. Gallon. By the way, if you don't already know, you can follow me on Twitter. I post a lot of stuff on there. For intraday trading, I just do the shortest term possible. I mean, it depends. If I'm holding for an hour or 2, 3, 4 hours, and it's a Thursday or Friday, you might be best going the next week out. But on a Monday, I'm taking the weeklies. The closer you get to expiration, the more parabolic theta gets. So if you're not worried about time, no. You're just looking for liquidity at that point and spreads. Well, I got a bad fill. Damn. Just looking for the 5-minute breakout here, and damn near I did top ticket. Look at that. Look at that. That's my print on the market right there. The very top of that candle was me. I want this candle to close the way it is, so forever and ever in history, people will know this is me. Yep, okay. It's a freaking skill, I swear. Now we're going to freaking juice down, aren't we? Fighting this Bollinger Band. They're losing the battle. Oh, 90? I'm still red. Still freaking red. The level to break is 65.90, which we tapped. And my charts are broken now. Okay. All right, charts doing this today. Oh. Rumble chat's alive. That's right. What's up, JoJo? Emjan's in there with you. Freaking in the trenches. That's a nice tail to play off of. Okay. Ah, another wonderful. Ah. All right, got it back. How are we supposed to trade like this when the charts and the L2 can't keep up? Tick. A little bit. Not much, though. Not crazy, cheese. Not crazy.
Ticker BURU, Bravo Uniform, Romeo Uniform. Start seeing a spike in activity, new highs. BURU. Ticker BURU. Note recent tweets by the company. Nuburu is pleased to announce multiple updates and announcements on the way.
Benzinga market update, S&P futures down 70. The Dow futures down 725. NASDAQ down 154. Crude is down $1.10 at $60.92. Natural gas down 8 cents at $3.76. Gold is down 40.90 at $29.94. Bitcoin futures down 57.60 at 78,590. RYTM, Rhythm Pharmaceuticals, getting a pop here to the highs, 54.79.
I can't believe we're just going sideways here today. OCO orders? What is that? Yeah, Boots. We caught that, and market's just sideways. It's like, oh, we're gonna pretend we didn't hear that. Oh, one cancels the other? Really? I wonder if orders are getting, things are moving too fast, the computers can't keep up. Nick, great call on that RYTM. Hard to exit and enter. Damn, dollar spread. JNVR going for high a day. What are the odds we get a film? Oh, that means he's gonna false halt. Yep. Freaking called it. I got 50 shares. I don't really want to hold this into a halt, honestly. Okay, too late. The last one up here didn't do too hot. This STK, keep it on watch. This could get kind of nutty at over 450. There's not a lot of volume. Looks highly manipulative. It's the kind of stock I want to play. 44 all-time high. What's it quoting right now, you know? Chinese. I don't know. The last three kind of got diminishing returns like crazy. So is it Black Monday yet? Nope. What is not yet? flat resumption. All right. Thank you. Just a freaking waiting game. I like it, Nick. I like it. Good fills, E-turd. Go break 29 and let me call you daddy. These are getting filled. Hell yeah. Freaking I love you, Nick! Gosh, I want to have your baby! I'll call it Nick Jr. That got me green, finally. Finally. Jeez. This is why we got a trading community, man. I would have never seen the core we've set up had Nick not said it. If you're not in Discord, this is a good reason to get in Discord. Homie pointed it out right here. Well, I can't scroll down for some reason. There it is. Right there.
LRCX Vanguard reporting a passive stake in Lamb Research 10.06%, 13
All right.
G
Let's see when
filing.
this thing's
Lima Romeo Charlie X-ray.
and halting down. Okay. Yeah. I can't exit 50 shares. Hey, I did exit 50 shares at 28.80. This again, my friends, will be known as my candlestick. Don't you dare go lower. Don't you dare. We back to break even. Grr. NVIDIA 5. Okay, so. Oh, God.
I was promised a Black Monday, but Tyrone still ain't here. At least my account's getting some good co-C. Man, I had the towel and CUC chair ready, too.
Oh, my gosh. NVIDIA. Set up a 5-minute cuck. Actually did a 5-minute cuck. That does nothing and holds up. JMVR is at $35. Go see. Oh, don't encourage the parrot. Have them. Viewer Attack has made millions off of that damn parrot. An NVIDIA executive. Now you tell us this, Killing Bird? Like, speaking of NVIDIA, when's their next ER? May 28th. So 1 month away. You better believe that one better be a good one. Might get a run up into that soon, huh? Holy how sticky. That is insane swing, bro. Freaking A. For the next one. ARTV might try to curl here. Looking for any kind of sign on any one of these major stocks to kind of give us a early signal where we might be going here, because there ain't no way we're just going to go sideways. I don't believe it. Sideways till 3. Sounds about right, huh? And they all look the freaking same right now. CRWD, Tim, and Reddit. I need to put Corey up there. That's a good trader. I didn't have that up. Prompt doing it to manage. Do you know something about SPXW and DXP contracts? There's a guy that made 50K in minutes trading those. NDXP? NDXP? I don't know what that is. I mean, if you're talking SPX contracts, SPX, yeah, I mean, it's highly volatile. It's high risk, high reward. You put a lot in, you're gonna make a shit ton if you're right. It's all relative. Like if homie's playing with a $10 million account, then sure. But yeah, like Nick said, goes both ways. Better know what you're doing.
Nice haircut, Lord Fuckwad. Ms. Piggy called. She said to keep an eye on EIEIO today. Apparently it brings home the bacon.
There was emphasis on that F of that squad from the damn parrot. Freaking Bert ain't messing around. How do I see NVIDIA stock going? Well, we're about to find out. You've got a bit of a wedge forming here. A very clear one, too. 3 points on the top side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now on the bottom side. We're testing that bottom side. If it is a wedge, you're getting about to the 70-80% full area. Like, you don't want a pattern to break near its apex. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. But right about now is where it needs to be breaking. And if it's going to break, it looks like down, which would make sense. But this market doesn't make any sense, so we should probably see new all-time highs today. Previous day low, 92. So we'll see. If I had to guess, well, I'll say this. The Bears have the upper hand right now. That can change. Morgan Brennan. $13,000 contracts and made $50K a minute. Well, yeah, if you're taking 13,000, holy shit. There's no way he took 13,000. What strike? What? Give me a link here. I mean, okay, now the Bulls have the upper hand. Switches on a dime here. I mean, sure, there's plenty of people that make insane trades in the market. I get it. Especially in options, but doesn't mean like, oh my gosh, they found some secret sauce. So, I mean, they had a good trade. There's people in here that make more than that. You don't see them putting it all over social media. No, it wasn't 15,000, or it wasn't 13,000 contracts. It was one contract. He bought a 0-day NDXP. I don't know what that is. NDXP. NDX. Oh, it's the NASDAQ 100. Okay, CBOE. Okay, now I'm making more sense. So how did he make 53,000? Because that doesn't make any sense. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Cost when added, $79.80. He has one contract. Current price, $625. That does not equal 53,000.
With all these viewers, I think it's a great time to mention this stream is sponsored by OnlyFans. Find SJ under Fuckwad Footy for the best feet content.
Oh my gosh, this freaking parent. Am I missing something here? No, I'm not. Not yet, anyway. Someday I will. Someday I'll play that future. I am actively paying attention to the things you pay attention in the futures world. Okay, we are going to get our pop or drop here soon. This is kind of ridiculous. They're draining. Feels like they're draining. Yang again. Damn. Journal! See if this break holds. Let's see. Mr. 10, let's go, bud. 39 months. Heck bone, 5 months.
Had to sub because I'm sick of the COD ad.
Love it. Anybody play the Warzone release? Should I suit back up only to get railed by hackers one more time? A 50 chop range. Yeah. To say the least, jeez. Yang's dumping like, or juice, I should say. What's the yin look like? Oops. My opinion on the SPY. Well, I mean, there's no. It's sideways, right? And you're inside of a range, so we're gonna either break out of this range soon. Well, soon, as in now or 2 hours from now. I don't think we go sideways all day. CF15.
Final trades on CNBC.
Should come in hot here.
BRKB, Berkshire Hathaway B shares, FCNCA, Liberty, LAC, Lithium America's final trades on CNBC.
Wow. Whoa. What is the juice right now? What's this juice?
Lithium America shares getting
What are we
a
getting
pop
here?
$2.60.
That's gotta be news.
S&P futures getting a pop.
Everything's just juice in here.
50, 76, 75,
China
down
name's
34.
juicing. What are we doing? The hell was this headline? There was something, man. There was something. You could see it across the board here. What I do when I see speaking. Dude, there's somebody just hit the buy button. Big juicer there, big juicer there, big juice here. All within range though. Like we're not.
Remember, we're seeing some commentary out by Canada's Carney. Says Trump tariff policy is self-harming to U.S. economy.
That's bizarre. What moved?
Correction, KLAC was in final, not LAC. Correction on that.
Well, stop out on the 1 minute cuck. That was weird. Is it just to reload longs just to absolutely obliterate them? Maybe. Oh my. A lot of funny business here when it matters most. Shocker. Jimmy A's at low a days. Like, what am I gonna do with that? It's gracious. We do have X looking decent. But again, that was the pop with the rest of the market. Some freaking funny business, man.
Canada's Prime Minister Carney said probability of a recession in the U.S. has risen significantly. Very hard for Canada to avoid fallout from the U.S. downturn.
What are we doing here? So the market doesn't know why we pop. So we're just gonna do a round trip and then just crater. This is crazy, dude.
Oh no! Oh no!
That's an ugly looking 5.
I'm back with the milk.
Moog, let's go. How you doing, Moog? A lot of funny business today, man. That made me just go red. I was perfectly green on the day, and then that bullshit. Back to red. Been good, Moog. No complaints. Market's been absolutely crazy the past couple weeks, so you know what that is. Just no Momo anywhere, man. It's just chop suey. There's no reason this should be bouncing like that. Here we are. Vixen starting to rise. It's a 5-minute cuck, and we can't break 95. Is that what it was? JNVR has a wedge. The Brave. Great question. Serving the sauce. What are we doing here? These pink lines, this is just Bollinger Bands.
Allies have been notified that U.S. Navy Vice Admiral who holds senior position in NATO has been fired from post. 3 sources tell Reuters.
Who's this guy? So a Navy vice admiral was fired.
Macro note: White House has canceled scheduled press conference with Netanyahu.
White House has canceled a scheduled press conference with Netanyahu WSJ reporter on X.
Netanya. Sorry, Netanya. Netanya, you've been canceled. Oh,
White
yeah.
House says press conference with Netanyahu is no longer taking place.
Much better, my man.
White House canceled a scheduled press conference with Netanyahu. That from the Wall Street Journal.
I wouldn't say we're juicing yet. We're very much inside of a range. I guess that was Trade Exchange. Yeah, the new one, the new voice. I guess that was a new guy on Trade Exchange. I don't know. I don't have a way to decipher the two. Just besides just knowing. BJDX VWAP. Bullshit, Phil. Come on, dude. You were right there.
Vietnam PM says to address us concerns on non-tariff barriers.
Us. I think this is an AI voice. Homie just said us instead of US. Basically a
Note
break.
the headline circulating: Trump and Netanyahu to field questions in Oval Office meeting.
So, what? Just kidding, not canceled? Today's headlines are whack, dude. And there's the break I was looking for. Son of a bitch. Frickin' the Pope.
I'll put my nut into your Yahoo. What's all this NATO business? Is Iran still 2 weeks away? Where did this branch come from? Why are my puts wet?
Oh my gosh, these freaking... There's the NVIDIA break. Maybe. So I'm going to disregard this as a wedge. There's the sun. Oh, that's nice. Thank you for who sent me this. I didn't see this.
We stand ready to negotiate with the United States. Indeed, we have offered 0 for 0 tariffs for industrial goods, as we have successfully done with many other trading partners, because Europe is always ready for a good deal. So we keep it on the table. But we are also prepared to respond through countermeasures and defend our interests. We stand ready to
For
negotiate
industrial goods
with the
only?
United States.
Probably won't be enough. Low. How many? What are they at, Salt? I actually had a dream about buying more. Sub 1 ETH. They're still at 2.3? Freaking A, man.
Benzinger market update. S&P futures down 24. The Dow futures down 455. NASDAQ briefly was positive territory, now falling again, down 20. Crude is down 69 cents, 61.30. Gold down 51.20 at 29.8450. Bitcoin futures down 56.65 at 78,685.
Use are moving back. That could get wild over 10.50, right? I'm hesitant to play breakout levels.
This day got my cockacooter drier than the Saharan desert. Come on, Micro Mango, let's start dropping some bombs. Or else I'll bomb SJ's forehead.
Just don't. SMCI. Green on the day. Is that what you're talking about? Or the fact that it didn't fall off the cliff like everything else? Oh, Nene, you almost missed. I had to bring it back for you. %9.5%. I don't know what that you're referring to. Kathy says she's buying Amazon. The hell was that? Oh. VVPR, the level I would be interested in is 390. It would be yesterday's high. Friday's high. What are the odds of impeachment? End of week? 0. Not going to get impeached when his own party's in power. I know it. I know this things are. We're gonna have to wait for like an hour and a half for things to start moving, aren't we? Maybe shot fired. Maybe. All right. Feel like we're gonna test downside again. Not though. It's holding this 9 EMA well for potential break. I don't know. This candlestick's not right. BJDX 5-minute working out. Some wild volume in here. Still inside some ranges. You're up, lady. Congrats. Was up, and then one trade just wiped me out. BJDX coming back up. Watch us move towards 10. Just had a nice 1-minute cock there. Hopefully it doesn't just go parabolic through it. Because I ain't playing it unless I get a pullback. So are these questions in the Oval Office, is it going to be live, or are we going to have to wait until everybody else has their calls or puts and then they're going to give us the answers? No, it's not canceled. They just announced that they're going to field questions in the Oval Office meeting. Brady, I don't have any like slate. No, I haven't slated today. I'm actually red. Had like all green trades at 2, and one of them was like $800 loser. So we're just trying to hit base hits here. I don't mind having a red day, especially on a day like today where it's just kind of bullshitty, honestly. I just don't want it to get out of hand. Like under $1,000 would be fine by me. If I walk out of here red 1,000 or under, I'm fine. I'm feeling the pressure. No, that's not it. It has more to do with it. No, I'm trading Friday, honestly. And today's really freaking screwed up. A pair of donations. Yeah, you gotta be willing to step into the pool, Cheese, and I'm like dipping my toes right now, man. I just don't feel comfortable. Don't feel comfortable yet. Tell me to glug glug, Cheese? Is that what you're telling me to do? Tell me to glug glug? Oh my gosh, see us these freaking clips. Whoa. That's a big spike. I was playing my own hockey game when Ovi did it, so I didn't see it live. I actually still haven't watched the whole ceremony or anything. I saw the goal, and then I hadn't watched the whole thing yet. Speaking of hockey, I might as well go over fantasy hockey right now. It's bullshit. We do have the winners finally in the Fantasy Cuck Hockey League. Hughes, your daddy, is our champion, who beat Sorokin this cock a la Ripper Dip. And Texas Squid with 3rd place, who beat me for 3rd place. You see, this is what we call some bullshit. Let me explain. Regular season, I was 14-2. I'm Blackhawks Tua. First in my division. Only one other team better than me, who was 15-1. That's Who's Your Daddy. Okay. I had more points for. More points against, might I add. And then playoff comes. And guess what? I'll show you what. This is my draft pick, right? These are my draft pick guys. First round through whatever we got. Kucherov didn't, he missed probably 4 games in my playoff series. 4 games. But he still played most of them. But missed 4 games. Sam Reinhart, out. Jack Hughes, out for the season. Swayman, his team traded everybody away and the Boston Bruins went to shit. Chris Kreider, out for the entire playoffs. Barkov, out for the entire playoffs. Sheshnikov, out for the entire playoffs. Heiskanen, out for the entire playoffs. Sanderson, I dropped him a long time ago. Marchand, out for the entire playoffs. Riley, I traded him a long time ago. Wierzinski didn't score a freaking goal the entire playoffs. This is the number 2 defenseman in the league. Dropped him, and then this just doesn't matter down here. Because whatever, these are late round picks. 8 or 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of my top 10 players that I drafted and still had, mind you, all injured during my playoff run. All of them! What am I supposed to do? Three pedal. Which one's your team? Oh, there you are. SD 3 pedal. Yeah, you had a shitty season, bro. You didn't even make the playoffs. Get wrecked. So disappointed. We lock rosters much earlier. It's sometime after Valentine's Day or something like that. Oh, yeah, we do lock. No more trades. Well, not you can drop and add players, but you can't trade. Shut up, Rip.
My favorite part of the whole season is that SJ lost to me by 2.9 points in the playoffs.
Yeah. This is me and Rip right here. I lost to him by 2.9. And you know why? You know why I lost to him by 2.9 points? Oh, no. Because on March 23rd, Sheshnikov didn't play because he got injured. Marchand didn't play because he was injured. And Seth Jarvis, who got injured the game before and is on Carolina with Sheshnikov, he decided he's going to balls up and play and got an assist and got 6 points and put him over the top. So Rip's players manned up. My players bitched out. And I lost. I did hit the waivers. I was maxed. I couldn't make any more trades. So 7 of my top 10 draft picks all injured for playoffs. I'm done. You're not recovering from that. I'm surprised I got as many points as I did. I was so happy with my team. So ecstatic for my season. I thought I was going to easily make it to the finals. And then injury bug. All right, what are we doing here? All right, what are we doing here? Trying to break topside. Got NWTD trying to go high day. Okay, I can't ignore this. And Max breaking out. Still pop there. Getting about plus 900 on the tick. VIX is still falling. BJDX, just absolute shitter. Jeez. What's up, Unscripted? Trading stocks. They're trying to find a trade on stocks.
EU Commission proposes counter tariffs on range of U.S. imports at 25% in response to U.S. steel duties. Document shows proposes 25% tariff on U.S. goods to take effect from May 16th. Removes U.S. bourbon from its list of goods to face counter tariffs. U.S. bourbon from its list. That's from Reuters now.
So why are we going up? What's a bourbon play? Jeez, I don't know any alcohol brands in the market.
EU Commission removes U.S. bourbon from its list of goods to face counter tariffs document.
That's an AI voice, I bet. It doesn't sound real. Chat of the tariff is lower than expected.
EU Commission proposes counter tariffs on range of U.S. imports at 25% in response to U.S. steel duties, document shows.
VVPR. Not a lot of volume, but it's creeping. I don't know what's going on, Banana. Jeez. It's the tariff cuts, bourbon, etc., and the date of the actual pushed to May 16th. Did they have an earlier date attached to it? Okay. If they pushed the date back, which I don't know they did, but if they did, that's a smart way to do things. Because if you are trying to bend the knee, so to speak, as we call it, but not look weak, you say, we're going to tariff you 4 months from now. That's the way to do it. Now we're dropping. No, we're just like freaking Chop City right now. All right, we're coming up to this 390. Very interesting on VVPR. It's not there yet. Hardly any volume, but it's interesting. It's a draft doc, but it leaked, so they want us to see it. Oh, the games that are played. Some of the dates are December 1st. Jeez. Yeah, that's something. Should you give votes? Probably not. If you retire in 20 years, I mean, golly, it's gonna be a completely completely different world then. Robots and AI, and none of this is gonna matter. There you go, good banana. Yeah, Black Monday's turned into a Green Monday right now. It's a W here over 338, maybe. Somehow we hit 39. Probably should have done better. I get out. Take the L. Went big on that one. L. shorting tickers right now? I don't know. We're kind of getting some bounce FOMO right now. I mean, we're pretty oversold on a lot of these tickers, so at some point you're going to get a bounce, and bounces in a bear trend are very violent a lot of times, so just be careful. Just be sure. Oh, I wouldn't trade against the current market moment, as in minute by minute. Like, we're going up. I'm not looking to short it unless it's hanging around a resistance area for a while and momentum indicators are capped out. Like, I need things to line up. And we haven't had our, big bounce day yet. We've just been beat up quite a bit. Are we getting it now? I don't know. Looks like it, maybe, but it doesn't feel like it. Very controlled. Tick is minus 150 right now. Highest it's gone is 1,000, and then it goes down to minus 800. Like, it's so all over the place. Just be careful. Just have a game plan. This is basically what I'm getting at. Like, we just had headlines of EU tariffing us, and the markets went up. I don't know what's going on. There you go. Bonds up, huh? Interesting. Yuck. That's right, so else. And we have these things that just juice out of nowhere. Treasury basis trade. I've got to look up that when I have time. Spy going for it, huh? Just kidding. Oh, Spy heard I was going. I said good things about it. %1,000%. Did it really? Jeez. I mean, the moment I go long. Psych, bitch. Acting was flirting with it. It was like, yeah, we can do this. We can do. Nope, he's long. Psych. All right, I'm short 11. Just stuffing my muff. Got it. Yes, I saw General. And tools. Use vehicle value index. CoreWeave with a nice move. It's my stop loss. I don't have anything that's moving well. What is this ZBAO? At Rumble. Rumble's got more viewers than Kick. Can't believe we're just sitting here doing nothing. Just waiting around for a trade. Guys, I see nothing on my watch list moving besides you, sorry, but it's got 50 cents before I'm even interested. Working on maybe a 5-minute W on JNVR 3050. This candle closes anywhere in this range. Every time I buy puts or calls, it puts in the most glorious of candlestick shadows known to man. Like, I am the reverser. I am the cooler. Look at this. There we go. And you go cock. The power I have is uncanny. And WTG's got some levels here. Keep an eye on that one. No, I don't hold it for long, cheese. I don't hold it for long. Ivy ain't gonna hurt me too bad. And WTG, watch that 340 level. Market just did a 5-minute cock and drop and then did nothing with that. Where are we? Still watching that VVPR like a hawk.
Remember, it's a quick peek at your markets. Going into the final 2 hours of the trading day. You have the Dow down spot 6%, S&P up spot 2%, the Nasdaq up spot 5.8%.
AUID pop. This thing's just silly. I am the reverser. What can I say? I love how it filled me right underneath the wall. It's like, no, we're not going to break this wall with your oil. That fell, you piece of shit!
Navarro, currently speaking, says when it comes to tariffs, this is not a negotiation.
That is some horse shit, dude. That is some horse shit. I can't use limit orders. We see what happens when I use limit orders. Then my broker just undercuts me nonstop, and then I tank the stock. NVIDIA about to go over.
Ticker Apple APL. Apple plans to source more iPhones from India. Apple seen a spike in activity on that note.
Oh, Apple. That's a big headline. Right? Apple needs a headline here. Come on, Apple. Move up. Oh, it's old. It's old. This
Coming from Wall Street Journal, Apple says plans to source more iPhones from India.
Disgusting. Oh, shit. Did not mean to put that in that count. We'll work with it, though. Okay. Is there a headline on this today? Where is this market going? We gonna go or not here, bud? I don't know, Jesus. Seems like a plan.
They're watching Japan issues. Scott Besson tweeting following very constructive phone conversation with Japan. Trump has asked me and the trade representative to open negotiation.
I don't know any Japan trade. It's above. How far do I gotta go above here? Jeez, I don't see nothing. Okay, well, 4 or 5 posts up for you is like an eternity. Thank you for someone just typing it instead of multiple sentences. EWJ. How did that fill over the ask? So we open up deals with Japan and the market does nothing.
Comments out by Gasparino, Fox Business, says White House is now pivoting to a messaging its deal making on trade as a way to calm markets. As I reported earlier on the Big Money Show per my sources, expecting more of this. This is coming from Gasparino of Fox Business News.
Saw that coming. If true. Whoa, someone took it out? How are we hitting 95? It's literally at 94.
watching nat gas lows of the day.
I'll get back in if a fourth test happens. I just don't understand what the hell is going on here. Okay, so let me write this down in my notes today. Tariffs bring market down. Kramer, bearish on market, bring market up. Deals to be made about tariffs, bring market down. Got it. Good. Glad that's cleared up. How to measure Fibonacci? Show you how I do it. I have to find... I mean, say this was a good move with volume. Bottom to top. He's pulled down to the 38. That's how I do it. During Trump's first term. Good to know. It's down now. Still in a range. Still in a range here. That gas is getting pushed here. I typed in $4, you piece of shit platform! Four holds, you have a window up to like 4:30. Markets ain't having it right now, man. All right, lower side of the range. Test. You're doing good, Silk Soils. Good man. I see that VVPR. It's trying to hold 4. Volume's just not on it yet. So until then, it just grinds, or it could fall off the face of the earth. Who knows? On a normal day, that's a great trade. Cuck and go on the daily. All day. Hold the 9 EMA all day. Today, we get 10 cents out. Maybe 15. Watch what game? In 1997. Oh, is this Colorado and Detroit?
I can't believe I shook this guy's friggin' hand after the game. That pisses me right off.
I don't know if I watched it or not. I can't remember.
Benzinga market update. S&P futures up 70. Dow futures up 249. NASDAQ up 160. Crude is down $1.17 at $60.83. Gold down 48.70 at 29.8680. Bitcoin futures down 52.60 at 79,090.
I've seen that bit a bunch of times. Didn't they meet up in the playoffs the year after? I can't remember which one I watched. It's cold in here. Hang on. Where'd I get the sit stand? It's been a long time. I've had this a long time. I don't know. I bought the legs and I built the tabletop. So the legs, I can't remember what they were. They don't make them anymore. Or this model of it. It is really quiet right now. Jeez, lazy. Scared the shit out of me. Wasn't ready for that. Where, oh, where is this market going? Sideways all day. Bow wow. Freaking gopher. Shut up, Luga. So random ass tickers, man. I think we have a prediction right now. Not mistaken. Unless it's closed.
Come on.
Maybe Mesa 105 break for a VWAP move? Like, I don't know.
After nearly 4 years of stocky getting my prime, is your turn.
Chicka bow wow, let's go. What's up to Stocky 2?
Ticker Geo Group notes unusual activity noted for this week's 2750 calls. Golf Echo Oscar. Geo Group.
Coming from Fortune, says U.S. Chamber of Commerce is considering suing the Trump admin to halt global tariff assault.
Chamber of Commerce.
Seeing a little volume coming into GEO. Coming from New York Times, Trump admin aims to spend $45 billion to expand immigrant detention.
That would boost Geo. Can we get a 28 break? CXW as well. Yeah. Good call on that one, Cheese. And red. Nice 50-cent drop after I get in. That's cool.
Ticker Geo Group, GEO, and ticker CXW watching prison stocks. New York Times is reporting Trump administration is aiming to spend $45 billion to expand immigrant detention. Watching prison stocks on that.
This is a market cap of $2 billion. Like, how is this not juicing off of that headline? And can I get the right candlestick, please? Thank you. At least I didn't go red on it. E-turd! I have 500 shit. Oh, okay. Somehow that changed to 2,250. That makes sense. Bogus. It's just the world I live in. It's the pool I swim in. Yeah, Black Monday's green right now. Thanks, Kramer. Kramer say Black Monday. That's a lot of money for short-term detention. I don't believe that headline. Jeez. Yeah, but Black Monday, that's what, the 1984 reference? '87. Let me get all the deets from ChatGPT. 22% drop in one day. Like, you don't make a reference to Black Monday and then go green on the day that you called it. Like, that's not how Black Monday works.
On Black Monday, October 19th, 1987, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, DJIA, fell by 508 points, which was a 22.6% drop in a single day.
Gosh.
That remains the largest one-day percentage decline in the history of the U.S. stock market.
That's before circuit
To put
breakers.
that in perspective, the Dow closed at 2,246.73 on Friday, October 16, 1987. By the end of Black Monday, it had dropped to 1,738.74. The crash shocked markets worldwide and led to the implementation of measures like circuit breakers to prevent similar crashes from spiraling so quickly again.
Credit incoming. PM. Yeah, a lot of people had issues, Moogle. Tomorrow, it'll be very similar. Everybody will have issues in the morning. Breaking down now. Faz. Almost 3 o'clock. Where are we going? this sitting sideways stuff is some bullshit. Easy. Why is there chatter about a 3x directional?
Members, coming up at 3 p.m., we do have your consumer credit. That's coming up at 3 p.m.
Oh, my thought.
LTRY, lottery.com.
LTRY.
Shares popping here. Lima
On
Tango Romeo Yankee, LTRY.
LTRY, Sports.com strikes a major deal with telecom giant Orange to bring sports streaming to
Shares
millions
hitting
across
$1 at
Africa
the high,
and the Middle
about
East.
6%. That's Lima
LTRY.
Tango Romeo Yankee. Seeing some big volume coming in now to LTRY.
This has been setting up with a descending triangle here on the daily. If this breaks out, holding up, that'd be nice. Strikes a major deal with telecom giant Orange to bring sports utility streaming to across Africa and Middle East. I don't know anything about Orange. Yeah, I've had it on my watch list. I actually got out of it Friday just because
LTRY now halted.
I just wanted to go clean. I knew Black Monday was coming. But it's been going sideways with nothing. I don't know anything about Orange or Bring or how. Let's ask ChatGPT. Big is the telecom giant?
Sports.com
Orange.
strikes major deal with telecom giant Orange to bring sports streaming to millions of across Middle East and Africa.
Orange SA is a leading multinational telecommunications company headquartered in France. As of December 31st, 2024, the company reported revenues of 40.3 billion euros. The company's market capitalization is approximately $36.18 billion USD as of April 2025. Orange operates in 26 countries, serving around 291 million customers worldwide. The company employs approximately 127,000 people globally.
It's a $36 billion market cap company. Is there warrants? Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Yeah, I would have gotten more, but the spreads were really big when I got in. So I don't know where this is going to go. We don't know what the deal is. It's certainly a big company, though, that they got to deal with. And we knew deals were going to start coming in end of March and into April when they go live. Building on the success of My Orange and Orange Money applications used by over 22 million customers daily, Orange launched Maxit, an innovative super app designed to transform digital engagement across Africa and the Middle East. Developed by the Orange team in Africa specifically for the region, Maxit integrates telecommunication, financial services, sounds like Robinhood, but over there, and e-commerce into a single user-friendly interface, simplifying daily life for millions. As part of its strategy to deliver a comprehensive digital experience, Maxit now incorporates sports.com offerings, including world-class sports content, into its growing ecosystem. Wow. That sounds really good for LTRY. $105. Okay. Small gap up, but this is ready to juice if it holds. Off. See what she does. I don't know. Maybe I'll get finally a juicer. Yeah, when I got in at 95, the bid was at like 89. So I was like, I was hoping for it to dip.
Remember, taking a peek at that
bit.
consumer credit, we expected a print of 15 billion.
JNVR going for a higher day? Of course it is. Piece of shit. Do you normally train all day? No, I don't like to. But here we are. It's a
Consumer
long day.
credit coming in minus
I'll
spot
go to
81 billion.
I'll go to 2 o'clock. Usually things start slowing down, so I just call it. But and waiting for see what the market's going to do on a day like today, and so far nothing.
Macro note, Trump team is considering an exporter tax credit to offset tariff risks.
Circulations that Trump team is considering exporter tax credit to offset tariff risks.
Exporter tax credit? Big level at 118 up there. He's trying to juice him right now, isn't he? Tap that 18. E-turd. Let me freaking... Thank you. Those are your current levels. Struggling there. Let's get over this freaking 115 and then hit that 118. JNVR trying. JNVR high day. It's disgusting. BJDX juicing. I'm looking to get into this. I really think we go test that 118. But I'm sticking to rule sets here and just to play the cock if it gets it. See. Markets are kind of pooping here. I wonder if that's going to affect anything. Oh, what are we doing here? Line to China response. Yeah. Zero at 50.62. Those gamma charts have been just, are they broken today, Buzz? Because of the website issues? Or is it just not moving anything? And that's why we're just sideways. Website's working. Is the Discord side working? It's the CME data. Is it jacked up? That's what I'm asking. Is there a disruption in data today? Okay. No problem, Daniel. Glad you enjoy it, man. Consumer credit. Oh, I didn't even know what those numbers were. Actual is minus 800 million.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent to lead U.S. tariff talks with Japan with the yen on the agenda. That from the Nikkei.
JNVR just wow. 38. $40. All-time high is 44. TNXP getting close to high day. Hello. I cannot believe LTRY cannot hold up. That's a big deal for them. All right, 618 needs to hold. It's the 90, let's call it 95. Yeah, they've almost given it all back. It started at what, like 84? It's disgusting. TNXP high day. Geo couldn't go. CXW couldn't go. 43. Cuck and go. Jeez. All right. Well, round trip that one. All right, this is the chart that she sent me a little bit right before the LTR trade.
45 minutes to the close. SP 500 down 0.81%.
This is Ethereum.
It's 5,033.14. Dow
And it
Jones
led the
Industrial
way
Average
last night.
down 1.4% to
at here.
37,776.88. NASDAQ Composite down 0.58% to 15,496.55. Gold down 1.61% to $2,986.40. And crude oil down 1.65% to $60.97 a barrel. That's your 3:15 p.m. market update. 45 minutes to the close of this Monday.
What are the best stocks to buy right now? What's your time horizon? Trump talking? 20 years? Probably anything AI and robotics related, my guess.
OXY, that is Occidental, and 1.5, they secure Class 6 permits for the Stratos Direct Air Capture Facility.
Oh.
That is Oscar X-Ray Yankee.
Oh, their sound's all dicked up. Their sound's all dicked up. Oh, it's gonna drive me nuts. Find me a different.
The White House. You've been a remarkable friend of the state of Israel. You stand by us. You stand.
I need another. It's the same one, isn't it? Holy lag.
Standing with us.
Yeah, I need another. I can't do that.
Great champion of our lives. And
Someone give me a different feed. Their sound's all jacked up.
do the things
Thank you.
you say you do.
Thank you,
I
Shiza.
think that people respect that enormously. I certainly do, and the people of Israel do, and I think the Jewish people do as well. We just saw your representative in the Department of Justice fighting anti-Semitism, standing up for Israel in international forums. I just want you to know from the heart, it's deeply, deeply appreciated. As you said, we had the opportunity to talk today about many subjects. First, if I can mention tariffs, it's a subject of some interest today. I can tell you that I said to the President a very simple thing. We will eliminate the trade deficit with the United States. We intend to do it very quickly. We think it's the right thing to do. And we're going to also eliminate trade barriers of variety of trade barriers that have been put up.
Question is,
and I think Israel can serve as a model for many countries who ought to do the same. I recognize the position of the United States. It says, you know, we're allowing other countries to put tariffs on us, but we don't put tariffs on them. And you know, I'm a free trade champion, and free trade has to be fair trade. And I think that's basically.
So we put 17% tariff on Israel's goods as part of the broader global tariff policy, right? So the response Trump is about to give is going to be key because it'll be an ally. And what is our reciprocal response to them dropping tariffs?
Just words, we're talking about results.
And what
those results are
someone else might get in return if they drop their tariffs.
Mr. President,
Let's see what happens. This is huge.
Let him finish. I'm going to begin. We spoke about not only the hostages, but about Gaza. The hostages obviously is a human story of just unbearable agony. I speak to the families. I spoke to them yesterday. I spoke to another one when I was in Hungary before I came here. I speak to them every day.
This must get us a taste.
The hostages are in agony.
May I ask ChatGPT how much we imported from Israel? I have no idea.
Steve Witkoff, President Trump's very able representative, helped us get a deal that got 25 hours.
All right, 2024, we imported $22 billion worth of goods from Israel.
And we're committed to getting all the hostages out, but also eliminating.
I mean, it's small fry stuff, obviously, but it'll give us a taste. A taste, maybe.
The people of Gaza to freely make a choice, to go wherever they want. I mean, they should have that choice. And the president put forward a vision, a bold vision, which we discussed as well, including the countries that might be amenable and are amenable to accepting Palestinians as a free choice.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu from the White House.
22 billion is crazy.
Trade deficit
Dude,
with
China
USA.
is, what is China?
Also, we will eliminate trade
Oh,
barriers.
20 times that.
We spoke to Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick yesterday.
Oh, and China in 2024 was 438 billion. So that's crazy.
Iran and trade with
Israel's small fry shit.
Back to Netanyahu, he said he spoke to Trump about Gaza. Also said working on another deal. And
Shut up, Beta Chuck.
People of Gaza should have a choice.
No, that's not Beta. I apologize,
to go
Beta Chuck.
wherever.
Chuck Jones.
A relationship with the leader of Turkey. We discussed how we can avoid this conflict in a variety of ways. And
Exactly 5 minutes.
I think we can
Really?
have a better interlocutor than the President of the United States for this purpose. And of course, we also discussed Iran. Look, we're both united in the goal that Iran does not ever get nuclear weapons. If it could be done diplomatically in a full way, the way it was done in Libya, I think that would be a good thing. But whatever happens, we have to make sure that Iran does not have nuclear weapons. That's the end of my speech.
Mr. President,
Here we go.
We're having direct talks with, wait. We're having direct talks with Iran. And they've started, it'll go on Saturday. We have a very big meeting and we'll see what can happen. And I think everybody agrees that doing a deal would be preferable to doing the obvious. And the obvious is not something that I want to be involved with, or frankly, that Israel wants to be involved with if they can avoid it. So we're going to see if we can avoid it. But it's getting to be very dangerous territory. And hopefully those talks will be successful. And I think it would be in Iran's best interest if they are successful. We hope that's going to happen. And we had just a lot of good talks on a lot of things. I appreciate very much what you said about the tariffs. We've been ripped off and taken advantage of by many countries over the years, and can't do it anymore. Just can't do it anymore. Can't be the stupid people anymore. And it's all because of the people that sat in the seat right here. Not your seat, but this seat. They allowed things to happen to our country that they shouldn't have allowed to happen.
I thought I was
On
insulting
trade and
Netanyahu
other
there for a
things, many other
second.
things. I mean, look at what's happened with our last president, where he allowed millions of people to come into our country with an open border. Who would want an open border? How stupid is that? But he allowed millions and millions of people, and of the millions, and I think it was 21 million people, but let's say 3 of them were serious criminals, serious murderers and drug dealers and gang
GMVR
members
is
and people
insane.
from jails, all the jails emptied out right into our country, right along the open border on Mexico, generally the Mexico. But they came in from Canada too, by the way, a lot. But generally speaking, on the southern border. And what a shame it is that we are now working very hard to get them out, get the criminals out, get the murderers out, the drug dealers, the mentally insane, get them out. They dropped the mentally insane in our country too. And this was all done by the Biden administration. It's a disgrace that we have to work so hard. And then we have judges that try and protect these people, but they didn't protect us when the people were being let in. But to get them out is never easy with these people. So I think we're doing a great job. The border is the best it's ever been. It's even as strong as it was. I had a great, solid border. I think it might even be tougher right now and stronger. So people are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. We have a legal process, and we have that moving along properly because we need people to come into our country, but we want people that can love our country and cherish our country. So that's where we are. And with that, any questions?
Mr. President,
Any questions?
the European Union reaction to the markets today, and would you be open to a pause in tariffs to allow for negotiations?
Well, we're not looking at that. We have many, many countries that are coming
She went right for the throat there.
negotiate deals with us. And
Asking
they're
the
gonna be
big
fair
questions.
Deals, and in certain cases, they're going to be paying substantial tariffs. There'll be fair deals. As you know, I spoke this morning with the Prime Minister of Japan, and we had a very good conversation. They're coming. And I said,
I'm
one
not
thing,
going
you're gonna have
to
to open up your country.
those
because
comments
we
is asked
sold
on
no cars, like
the pause
zero
and tariffs is
cars
we are
in
not looking
Japan,
at that.
And they sold millions of cars into our country. They don't really take our agriculture, a little bit of it
Trump
just to
says
keep us
we're not
slightly
looking
happy,
at a
but
pause
they don't
on
take what they're
tariffs.
supposed to
Come
be
from
taking.
Punchbowl.
So we have a great relationship with Japan. We're going to keep it that way, but they're coming in to meet, and other countries are coming in. With China, as you know, against my statement, they put a 34% tariff on above what their ridiculous tariffs were already. And I said, if that tariff isn't removed by tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we're putting a 50% tariff on above the tariffs that we put on. So they've gone for years. They've become a rich country because of people, again, that were in the White House that allowed this to happen. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year they'd make on us on trade, and it shouldn't be that way. And I have a great relationship with President Xi. I hope it's going to stay that way. I have great respect for China, but they can't do this. We're going to have one shot at this, and no other president's going to do this, what I'm doing. And I'll tell you what, it's an honor to do it because we have been just destroyed, what they've done to our system. You know, we have $36 trillion of debt for a reason. And the reason is that people allowed it to get that way. So we'll be
isn't that crazy?
talking to China. We'll be talking to a lot of different countries.
No one will get
And I
fined for
think,
that.
You know, if we can make a really fair deal and a good deal for the United States, not a good deal for others. This is America first. It's now America first. And we didn't put America first. We put America last. The people that were in the Oval Office put America last, and we're not going to stand for it. Yeah.
Good God.
The U.S. in the talks with Iran.
Two questions. Do you expect any of these deals to be made before April 9th? And secondly, there have been some mixed messages from your administration. You're talking about negotiations, and yet others in your administration are saying that these tariffs are actually permanent. What is the action?
Well, it could be. They can both be true. There can be permanent tariffs, and there can also be negotiations because there are things that we need beyond tariffs. We need open borders. You know, we almost had a deal with China where we're going to open up China. It was almost done. Some of you remember it during my first term, and it was very disappointing. We ended up making a great deal. $50 billion worth of product was sold. $50 billion. You'd like that in Israel. And I made that deal, but it wasn't
He means
the deal that I
open
wanted.
trade borders, come on.
The deal that I wanted was that, plus they were going to open up China so that our companies could go into China and compete with other countries and China for the, for a large number of people. And at the very end, that deal was terminated, and we went to a piece of the deal. And so there are a lot of things outside of tariffs, but tariffs are very important. But there are a lot of things like opening up countries that were totally closed. China's essentially a closed country. In fact, it is a closed country. And what they do is they charge tariffs so that if you sell cars or if you sell anything, nobody's going to buy it because the price is out of control. But that's true with a lot of other countries also. So we're going to get fair deals and good deals with every country. And if we don't, we're going to have nothing to do with them. They're not going to be allowed to participate in the United States. Mr. President, we have time. This gentleman is all day long.
Mr. President,
Jeez, the presses.
Thank you for the chance. Many of Palestinian Americans who voted for you and not for Biden because you've promised them to end the war in Gaza.
Very honored by that vote, too.
The war is still going on and there's no hostage deal. Do you have any update on that?
Well, I'd like to see the war stop, and I think the war will stop at some point that won't be in the too distant future. Right now we have a problem with hostages. We're trying to get the hostages out. We got quite a few of them out, but it's a long process. It shouldn't be that long. We have a big problem that we've done. I think I'll ask Pete to maybe talk about it for a second, because a lot of people...
Bullshit, Phil. Golly!
And very successful militarily. We've really damaged them badly. These were people shooting down ships and other things, by the way, flying objects like airplanes. And we've put a major hurt on the Houthis, which nobody's been able to do. We've really hit them hard, and they know it, and they don't know what to do. And it's every night, night after night, and we've gotten many of their leaders and their experts. They're experts on missiles. I mean, they actually make missiles. Nobody thought that, but they make missiles. They're highly sophisticated, and they're very tough, but they've been very badly damaged. Nobody else was able to do that but us. Pete, you want to discuss that, please?
Yes, sir. It's been a bad 3 weeks for the Houthis, and it's about to get worse. It's been a devastating campaign, whether it's underground facilities, weapons manufacturing, bunkers, troops in the open, air defense assets.
Corn
We are
count
not gonna
reverse,
relent.
fun go
And it's only
faster.
to get more unrelenting until the
Corn
Houthis declare
count
they will
reverse,
stop shooting
run
at our
faster,
ships. And
go
we've been
now.
very clear with the Iranians as well. They should not continue to provide support to the Houthis, and that message has been made very clear. So we have a lot more options
is Biden.
and a lot more pressure to apply, and we know, because we see the reports, how devastating
forgot
this
what the
campaign
rest
has
of it
been in
was.
them, and we will not relent.
We have a great military. There's no military like our military. And despite Biden having given a lot, but nevertheless a pretty small piece, but it was a lot of our military away in Afghanistan, and one of the dumbest situations, I think, and maybe the most embarrassing situation we've ever been involved in, that short period of time in Afghanistan. What a disgrace that was, but left a lot of our military behind, left you see them in their annual parades where they're parading trucks that are armor plated and different things that they can't, but it's many billions of dollars we left behind. But despite that, we have a tremendous military. That was a very small portion because we rebuilt the military during my first term, and we have great things happening with our military. We also essentially approved a budget, which is in the facility, you'll like to hear this, of $1 trillion, $1 trillion, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have to build our military, and we're very cost conscious, but the military is something that we have to build, and we have to be strong because you got a lot of bad forces out there now. So we're going to be approving a budget, and I'm proud to say, actually, the biggest one we've ever done for the military. We're cutting other things that were under DOGE, but under a lot of other, when you look at a woman getting $2 billion for environmental, and it had nothing to do with environmental, and they had $100 in the bank and they give her $2 billion. Many of those cases, all that stuff is going to be cut out, but we are getting a very, very powerful military. We have things under order now, the likes of which we've never had before. We've never had the kind of aircraft, the kind of missiles, anything that we have ordered. And it's in many ways too bad that we have to do it, because hopefully we're not going to have to use it. But the military is very, very powerful, and it's going to remain that way.
How do you... Mr. President, do you please
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to ask you about Iran because this is the first time we hear that the U.S. is having a direct contact with the Iranians. Is it possible to give us some more information at what level the U.S. is
High level,
represented?
very high level. Yeah.
And
We're dealing with the Iranians. We have a very big meeting on Saturday, and we're dealing with them directly. You know, a lot of people say, oh, maybe you're going through surrogates or you're not dealing directly, you're dealing through other countries. No, we're dealing with them directly, and maybe a deal is going to be made. That would be great. It'd be really great for Iran, I can tell you that. But hopefully, we're not going to have to get into that. We are meeting very importantly on Saturday at almost the highest level, and we'll see how it works out. Please.
How do you ensure, Mr. President, that these tariffs don't drive U.S. trading partners into the hands of the Chinese? That they
I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. If they want to be in the hands of the U.S., they don't want to be in the hands of the Chinese. And the Chinese have turned out to be really not very good at that. People that are with us, they're with us. But we cannot be taken advantage of any longer. I used to watch these deals for years. I've been talking about it for years. You know, I've been talking about it for 35 years, how our country is being ripped off. I mean, 30 years ago it was Japan, then it was something else, then it was another group, then it was China. China's doing the best job of it, frankly. And it's just not going to happen, not going to happen.
Mr. President, you've said it
the EU has said that they have offered 0 for 0 tariffs on cars and industrial goods. Is that not enough?
Well, the EU, no, it's not. The EU has been very tough over the years. I always say it was formed to really do damage to the United States in trade. That's the reason it was formed. It was formed with all of the countries from Europe, I guess most of them, not all of them, but most of them. And they formed together to create a little bit of a monopoly situation, to create a unified force against the United States for trade. So they have NATO, which is largely the same countries, and they took advantage of us dollar-wise and militarily until I got there. You know, I was able to get $600 billion from NATO, where they paid NATO because most of these nations weren't even paying. We were paying for NATO, so we're paying them to guard them militarily, and they're screwing us on trade. So that's not a good combination. So now it's really turned around. It's the opposite, and the European Union's been very bad to us. They don't take our cars, like Japan in that sense. They don't take our agricultural product. They don't take anything practically. And yet they send millions of cars in a year, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, BMWs. They're sending millions and millions of cars into the U.S., but we don't have a car that's been sold to the European Union or other places, but let's go for the European Union. And it's not going to be that way. It's got to be fair and reciprocal. It's got to be fair. It's not fair. We have a deficit with the European Union of $350 billion. And it's going to disappear fast. And one of the reasons and one of the ways that that can disappear easily and quickly is they're going to have to buy our energy from us because they need it. They're going to have to buy it from us. They can buy it. We can knock off $350 billion in 1 week. They have to buy and commit to buy a like amount of energy. And we have that. You know, we have more energy than any country in the world. I don't know if you know.
Currently speaking on CNBC, we have double lines. Good luck. It says what we're seeing appears to be deleveraging in the bond market.
Every kind of energy, every form of energy, from oil and gas to coal. And people talk about, I call it beautiful, clean coal. As you know, Germany is opening up a coal plant a week. They tried the windmills and it didn't work. They tried all the other solutions and they were ready to go out of business.
MSOS popping up
now
there for a second.
Now they're doing a coal plant a week. China is now up to 2 coal plants. They're opening 2 major coal plants every single week in China, all over China, and then we're not allowed to use coal. Well, we have clean, beautiful coal more than anybody else. We have oil and gas more than anybody else. We have the most energy of any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including everybody, by a lot. And I took it to #1. We were #3, and I took it to #1 during my administration. And the reason that we were hurt so badly and the reason that we went into such incredible inflation during Biden is energy. it was also their bad spending, but energy, because they played around with this incredible thing that we had built, this administration had built, and the energy costs went through the roof. And when that went up, everything else followed. Now, if you look at what's happening, you got to see this today. I said we're going to try and get groceries down, right? An old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term. Eggs. So when I got in, the press went absolutely crazy the first week. They said eggs have quadrupled in price. I said, I just got here. Tell me about it. And Brooke Rollins and our team did a great job, and eggs are down now 79%, and they're all over the place. And this was a problem that somebody else would have taken a long time to cure. We have energy is down. We have interest rates are down. We have groceries, meaning food is down. We have everything is down at levels that nobody ever thought possible. Energy looks like it's going to be in the $2.50 a gallon range, and maybe below that for a car. So for gasoline. So we're really doing amazing.
Sorry,
I mean,
I'm
we're
in
cutting
MLGO right
prices
now.
because prices got so high, people couldn't live. I mean, the prices for groceries, the prices for standard groceries, standard things were going through the roof. They couldn't live. And now those prices are coming down. So call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down. Everything's down. And the interest rates, the beauty there is when we refinance debt, you know, debt's become such a big factor in this country. We're going to start paying debt off with tariffs and other things. But it's such a big factor because the interest rate's so high. Well, now
As soon as I put my order up there, it blows out the bid. Every time. Every time. If I don't put it up there, nothing happens. As soon as I put it up there, blows it out.
Many Israelis are watching you now on live show. What is your specific
Good.
way of getting the hostages out from the horrific captivity?
We are trying very hard to get the hostages out. We're looking at another ceasefire. We'll see what happens. But we want to get
Jeff,
the
that's a
hostages
double
out. The
line
Israeli
tap.
people want the hostages out more than anything. They want the hostages out. This man is working very hard with us
Forced
to do that.
selling
I mean,
of
I don't know. I hope
bonds.
he's being appreciated because he's been a great leader. He's working very, very hard on the hostages and many other things. And there are plenty of things you have to work on. It's a tough place in the world.
I have a good partner.
Yeah, you do have a good partner, and so do we. We're working very hard on the hostages.
If you're going to negotiate a new deal with Iran, can you elaborate how it's going to be more effective than the JCPOA?
Well, I can't really say that, but I think it'll be different and maybe a lot stronger. But they were so happy when we made that first deal because we did get a lot out. You know, I had people right in this office, this beautiful Oval Office. They came in, 10 people, hostages, you know that. And I said to them, so how was it? And the stories they told me, I mean, as an example, I said to them, was there any sign of love? You were there, 10 people. It's only 10, but it's pretty representative. Did the Hamas show any signs of, like, help or liking you? Did they wink at you? Did they give you a piece of bread extra? Did they give you a meal on the side, like, you know, you think of doing? Like what happened in Germany, what happened elsewhere. People would try and help people that were in unbelievable distress. They said no. I said all of them. I said, did they ever wink at you like, you'll be okay, you're gonna be okay? No, they didn't do that. They'd slap us. The hatred is unbelievable. And the lies, you know, they lived in a pipe, not really a tunnel, it was a pipe. And they always thought they were suffocating, they were gonna suffocate. And then they'd open up the pipe, and it was like 3.5 feet high. This isn't, you know, we hear tunnels is bad, but pipes are worse. And the stories I heard were incredible. But I just said, was there any sign of potential love or affection? And there were none whatsoever. It was amazing to me. There was nothing like, here, take this, it's a little extra meal or something. They lived like hell. I don't know. They seemed to be, they were amazing to me because they seemed to be pretty normal. They weren't scarred, but I guarantee underneath they have to be scarred. And one was there for 356 days. Another was there for about 180 days, you know, a long time. These are people that have been really, really horribly treated. I've never
Keep
seen
pushing
anything
out
like
and
that.
not taking these trades here.
The answer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there
there 2 or 3 countries that are on your list that you feel are farther along in getting their tariffs lowered?
Here we go.
I think there are many that want to get rid of tariffs right now. European Union, I mean, as badly as they've treated us, they've brought their car tariffs essentially off. I guess they brought it down to 2.5, and I hear maybe to nothing. But it's not only tariffs, it's non-monetary tariffs.
Yeah.
It's tariffs where they put things on that make it impossible for you to sell a car. It's not a money thing. They make it so difficult, the standards and the tests. They drop a bowling ball on the top of your car from 20 feet up in the air, and if there's a little dent, they say, no, I'm sorry, your car doesn't qualify. When the same car from Germany or anything would dent likewise, unless you can have an army tank, it's going to dent. So they come up with rules and regulations that are just designed for one reason, that you can't sell your product in those countries, and we're not going to let that happen. Those are called non-monetary barriers. They make barriers that are so tough that it's impossible to qualify. So tariffs are a big part of it, but there's another big part of it, and that's barriers. They also do something else. They manipulate their currency, and they drive it down. They want to drive it. They want to have low currencies. It sounds better to have a high currency, a strong dollar or whatever, but they bring their currency down. And when it competes with our currency, it's very hard to sell a tractor. It's very hard to sell product because their currency is low and ours is much higher relatively. And so it makes it very hard. I speak to a lot of companies that do business, tractor companies, and they say it's so hard to sell because what they've done is they've lowered the yen or they've lowered the yuan or they've lowered their currency, so that it's very hard to compete. We don't want that either. So we have a lot of things that we're talking about, but we're going to fix it properly, and it's going to be fair to everybody. And in the end, I think we're going to have a world that does a lot better, but they have to respect the United States. And nobody but me would do this. Nobody but me would do this. It would be nice to serve, a nice, easy term, but we have an opportunity to change the fabric of our country. We have an opportunity to reset the table on trade. We lose billions of dollars. We lose close to $2 trillion a year on trade. We lose $1 trillion a year to China. $1 trillion. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars a year on trade to China. We lose hundreds of billions of dollars overall, probably close to $2 trillion. Why would we do that? Number one, why would we do that? And then you have to say, is it sustainable? Then you hear about all of the people that say, well, deficits, if we have a deficit with the country, or if the country has a big surplus with us, like China has a massive surplus, that they take and they spend on their military. Well, we don't want that. I don't want them to take $500, $600 billion a year and spend it on their military. I don't want them spending money on their military. And I shouldn't have to spend money. We shouldn't have to spend it either. Because, hopefully, and I said this to President Xi, hopefully it's money that we're never going to use. In other words, because we're not going to use those incredible weapons that we have and that they have. We don't want that. So it's going to be very interesting. It's the only chance our country will have to reset the table. Because no other president would be willing to do what I'm doing or to even go through it. Now, I don't mind going through it because I see a beautiful picture at the end. But we are making tremendous progress with a lot of countries, and the countries that really took advantage of us are now saying, please negotiate. You know why? Because they're getting beaten badly because of what's happening. They're getting beaten badly. They're being devalued as countries. But it's the only chance we're going to have to reset the table on trade. And when we do, we're going to come out unbelievably well. We're going to have a strong country economically again. And we're going to have those factories that are empty all over the United States. We've lost 90,000 plants and factories. Think of this, 90,000, you wouldn't think it's possible. 90,000 plants and factories since NAFTA, which was, by the way, the worst trade deal ever developed, ever had by any country anywhere, NAFTA. And I terminated NAFTA. Everybody said it would be impossible. And I terminated it through Congress. We terminated it. You had to get it through Congress. It was a trap. It was a horrible thing, and we got it done. And we went to the USMCA, which was much better. The problem is they cheat. They cheat like crazy. Canada cheats, Mexico cheats, just one of those things. But we are resetting a table, and we're going to have great trade, and we're going to have a very strong country. Our country is going to be at a level that has maybe never been, or maybe, our country was the strongest, believe it or not, from 1870 to 1913. You know why? It was all tariff-based. We had no income tax. Then in 1913, some genius came up with the idea of let's charge the people of our country, not foreign countries that are ripping off our country. And the country was never that kind of wealth. We had so much wealth, we didn't know what to do with our money. We had meetings, we had committees, and these committees worked tirelessly to study one subject. We have so much money. What are we going to do with it? Who are we going to give it to? And I hope we're going to be in that position again.
Mr. President, do you plan to reduce the tariffs that your government put on Israeli goods, 17%?
On where?
On Israeli goods, the 17%. Do you plan
Well,
to
we're
reduce it?
talking about a whole new trade. Maybe not. Maybe not. Don't forget, we help Israel a lot. We give Israel $4 billion a year. That's a lot. Congratulations, by the way. That's pretty good. But we give Israel billions of dollars a year. Billions. It's one of the highest of, and we give a lot of countries money. You wouldn't believe if I said we give Afghanistan a lot of money, do you? Because that was a Biden deal, another Biden deal. Not only did he embarrass us with that, but they give them billions of dollars, Afghanistan, right? So, but no, we take good care of our friends, and we don't take care of our enemies. We're not taking care of our enemies anymore, but we do take care of our friends.
Mr. Berman from the Times of Israel. The IDF is fighting again in the Gaza Strip. I myself might be called up in a month. Do you think that's the way to pressure Hamas to get to a deal? And do you think blocking humanitarian aid is also an effective pressure tactic?
Well, you know,
9 million sell on just the Mag 7.
Remember taking a peek at that market on closing balance. You got about $2 billion on the sales side.
We would be involved in, but having a peace force like the United States there, controlling and owning the Gaza Strip would be a good thing. Because right now, all it is for years and years, all I hear about is killing and Hamas and problems. And if you take the people, the Palestinians, and move them around to different countries, and you have plenty of countries that will do that, and you really have a freedom zone. You call it the freedom zone, a free zone, a zone where people aren't going to be killed every day. That's a hell of a place. It's you know what I call it, a great location that nobody wants to live in, because they really don't. And when they have good living, real living, where Hamas and all of the problems they have, the level of death on the Gaza Strip is just incredible. And I've said it. I don't understand why Israel ever gave it up. Israel owned it. It wasn't this man, so I can say it. He wouldn't have given it up. I know him very well. There's no way. They took oceanfront property and they gave it to people for peace. How did that work out? Not good.
Is the immigration, sorry, Mr. President, is the immigration plan still on the agenda?
Which immigration?
From Gaza. From Gaza.
All it is a concept that I had that I think is good, and now people are copying it. Maybe do you want to tell? People are talking about the Trump plan. Gee, why don't we do that? Would you like to answer that question?
I think what the president talked about is, first of all, to give people a choice. Gazans were closed in. And any other place, including in arenas of battle, I mean, whether it's Ukraine or Syria or any other place, people could leave. Gaza was the only place where
See that STTK, I don't know what's about.
They're locked in. And what is wrong with giving people a choice? Now, we've been talking, including over lunch, about some countries, I won't go into them right now, that are saying, if Gazans want to leave, we want to take them in. And I think this is the right thing to do. If you give, it's going to take years to rebuild Gaza. In the meantime, people can have an option. The president has a vision. Countries are responding to that vision. We're working on it. I hope we'll have good news for you.
I will say people really do love that vision. It's a long-term vision, but so importantly is to have that be a safe field. because you're right smack in the middle of the Middle East. You're right along Israel. It should have never, ever been given away. Shouldn't have been given away by Israel. I don't know why they did it. I mean, I do know why, because they were promised peace, but that didn't work out too well, because it's one of the most dangerous pieces of land anywhere in the world. Gaza is one of the most dangerous places in the world. So they gave it away for good intention, and it didn't work out that way. And a lot of people like my concept, but you know, there are other concepts that I like too. And there are some concepts I don't like. You know what I don't like? The way it is now. Because right now it's a dangerous death trap, Gaza. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Can you talk a little bit about your potential meeting with Vladimir Putin?
I took her STTK. So you're seeing heavy activity into the closed new highs. STTK.
Elaborate as well a little bit on not providing tariffs on Russia, sir.
So the reason we're not talking about tariffs with Russia is because we're not doing business essentially with Russia, because they're in a war. And I'm not happy about what's going on with the bombing, because they're bombing like crazy right now. They're bombing. I don't know what's happening there. That's not a good situation. So we're meeting with Russia. We're meeting with Ukraine. And we're getting sort of close. But I'm not happy with all the bombing that's going on in the last week or so. Horrible. It's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing.
Can countries negotiate to get below 10%?
In terms of tariffs?
In terms of tariffs, yes.
Look, we've been ripped off and taken advantage of for 40, 50, 60 years. And the reason we got ripped off and the way they did it was tariffs. They would charge tariffs, massive numbers of dollars.
This market is
And
nuts, man.
when you look at China,
We're going up right now.
when I took over,
Makes zero sense. I don't know this market.
$507 billion they were making. I call it making. A lot of people say, oh, it doesn't mean anything. Having a surplus means a lot, in my opinion. It's almost like a profit or loss statement. And when I took over, it was $507 billion that China was, this is originally, first term. And we were very, very tough on them because they were taking that money and they were building a military with it. Then when Biden came in, he let them get away with murder. He had no idea. I'll tell you what, that man had no idea what was happening, whether it was the border or China or anything else. He had no idea what was going on. And they went wild. China went wild. And the money they make is ridiculous, okay? It's just not gonna happen. And hopefully we'll get along with China. If we do, that's great. And if we don't, that's okay too. But we can't let that continue, because that's an abuse. They abused the poor people that sat in this seat. That poor Biden, he was abused by them. They took advantage of him, and I'm surprised. You know, they have smart people. They were radical left lunatics, but they're smart. I'm surprised they'd allow that to take, you know, to happen. But we are going to bring great trade, and we're going to be fair to other countries. And I will say this, virtually every country wants to negotiate. If I didn't do what I did over the last
I'm calling in here.
weeks,
I'm down, I think $500.
we would have gone to
Big
these
deal.
countries. You want to talk? And they
Good
go,
to get the
"Well, we
feet
don't want
wet,
to
though,
talk." Now they're
after having a
coming
short
to us.
Friday.
They're offering things like even
I just gotta get off
this
this computer. I've been sitting here since 6:45. Didn't sleep good last
We
night.
started off our conversation today that he's.
I'm
cutting
not waiting
all
nothing,
the
Vega.
He's cutting everything. He's going to get down to a free base.
We'll be back at it tomorrow, though.
In all
COD
fairness,
later. I don't even have it
other countries,
downloaded.
if they said that, would have never even
Her was
thought about
crashing
doing
a
it.
lot.
Now they're
Maybe
offering
later when it gets all
things to
figured out.
us
Thank you,
that
Nene.
we would have never even thought of asking them.
So
for.
I'll be back tomorrow, bright and early, for
They're
sure.
experiencing a lot of hurt.
See if we'll get a move in the
And the hurt
market.
is
I
that
cannot
they're taking
believe
advantage of us, and
everybody
we
was
finally
waiting for Black Monday, and here we are,
Tariffs will make this
sideways.
country very rich. We're rich anyway, but we're rich in a certain
Freaking
way.
A. Anyway, we'll be back at tomorrow. Thanks for all the new peeps today. A lot of new follows. Hopefully you, I can't even talk. I'm so tired. Hopefully you join us tomorrow. You guys are awesome. If you have any questions or comments, and I know I got a few DMs I got to get to, and I apologize I haven't got to you yet. If you have any questions or comments about trading, or if you're struggling, whatever, DM me. I'm here to help. It's free. Don't charge you anything. Besides feed pics, give it to me.
Me? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President.